Great. Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is now in session. And is there anyone here for public comment? Is there anyone online, Megan?
Online and you would like to provide a comment, please raise your hand. No hands.
Okay. Moving on to a work session. Interview of Richard Berger for appointment to the Clear Creek Fire Authority. Is he online?
I don't see a Richard.
We're a little bit early, Madam Chair.
Okay,
He might be on in just a few minutes.
all right, let's put that on hold and go to commissioner updates. Jody, George, who'd like to start?
I don't have a whole lot. I'm just testifying again for Senate Bill 155, the homeowners insurance. It's to increase homeownership for people that are having trouble with hardening their homes. And this will be my second time testifying for this one bill. And that'll be Thursday. That's it for me.
George?
Yeah. Yesterday, a bill, it's the last, let's see here. I think it's the last week of session. We've got like 7 days of session left or something. So things are gonna come at us fast.
And that
new
would be the
ideas.
legislative session at the state capitol.
Yes, the legislative session at the state capitol. So things are coming fast. Good and bad ideas show up with very little time to analyze them. This year's version of that, colleagues, is related to a letter that's on our agenda. It is a legislative response to 175, Proposition 175. So I can go into more detail later in the agenda, but want to thank Peter and Colton for helping understand that bill. I'll describe that in more detail later. We have some immigration related stuff. I testified on House Bill 1276 last night among a bunch. I mean, it effectively gives local governments tools to push back against abuses by federal employees, including ICE agents, and raises the level of accountability for us if we are collaborating with ICE. So that made it out of committee. Senator Roberts voted for it, which I was grateful for. Jody, since you did not mention it, I will mention there was a childcare strategy workshop that was very well attended by the community on Monday, the 27th. Colleagues, there was kind of a lot of interest there in increasing the lodging tax from 2% to 6%. And I explained that we would want to do that in conjunction with the municipalities. But there was kind of a lot of interest in that option for this year. And so that's a little bit of a heads up to you that I think that conversation will continue to be brought to us as we evaluate options for a potential tax measure this year.
And that's because the lodging tax also goes to childcare in this county.
It can't go to childcare in this county. If we choose to raise it, we could choose to dedicate it to that. We could dedicate it to childcare or housing or marketing. And actually now I think kind of a lot of stuff, right?
Anything for the tourism experience.
I think it was expanded beyond that even. I think you can do infrastructure. I'm not familiar. I just know that it's actually fairly broad now. And that we obviously could choose what we want to propose to the voters. We could say all of this would go to this or that, or, you know.
Okay.
So, I think I am going to call that good, with maybe just with the last comment that our psychological safety retreat, I thought, was a really good time and really helpful to the organization as a first step in trying to help build a positive culture here. I thought the participation of the leadership team was excellent. I left inspired. and hopeful for our future.
Thank you, Judge. I actually had a really busy time. Going from most recent to the past. This weekend, if you're on the my side of the county, Evergreen side, we did a wildfire evacuation drill off of Highway 103. We worked with, actually, I worked for about 6 months on this, but I worked with Evergreen Fire Rescue, our Office of Emergency Management, Clear Creek Fire Authority, Clear Creek Sheriff, Jefferson County Sheriff. And then on the day of the event on Saturday, I worked to check in people as they were participating in the drill. We had a huge turnout, and thank you to everyone who participated. I think we all learned a lot about how to keep ourselves safe. I also met with concerned neighbors about a proposed rezoning for a treatment facility in Jefferson County, but it borders Clear Creek County. So and this is in Evergreen. So we will continue to follow that and get as much information, both for myself and the planning department. And if it comes before the board, we will get, we will ask for all the facts before we make any decisions. And then we all attended the grand opening of the Idaho Springs Argo Mill gondola, which is a great addition to our county. I went to Frisco to participate in the I-70 Collaborative Effort meeting. That organization is the one that holds CDOT to, keeps them accountable to obey the record of decision under the National Environmental Policy Act. It helps us keep communications back and forth with CDOT and just make sure that our waterways are safe, our properties are safe, and that they don't try to widen anything without our input. Last, I attended the Colorado Mountain Housing Conference in Buena Vista last Sunday through Tuesday as part of my duties on the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority. And that's it for me. Megan.
Thank you. Just a few things from me. First, this is actually coming up in about an hour. There is a housing class. It's a Section 8 housing class. This will be at the Health and Wellness Center. That starts at 10 a.m. At the Health and Wellness Center in Idaho Springs, which is located on Minor Street. It's on the second floor, so you can learn about Section 8 housing, what it takes to get on the list, and all the application and all that kind of fun stuff. So, like I said, that's happening at 10. Another thing I just wanted to touch on is we have snow headed our direction. So just be aware, we're discouraging people to not go to Guanella Pass. We're not planning on closing it, but just be careful going up there. The conditions will probably be treacherous. And if we plow it, which we probably won't, that will be last because we will focus on residential areas and busier roads. So just want everybody to be safe out there and think before they do something crazy. So that's all I got. Colton.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Chair. This one's a little late. A few weeks ago, I think almost 3 weeks ago now, I had a 78 car pile over the tunnel. I want to thank all of our first responders, particularly in no order, but Paul McFarland, who served as the incident command on scene, or as an EMS captain. We had 9 other responding agencies from 3 different counties on an event that big, plus the state, plus everyone else we could get. And that kind of adaptability is what makes working here and working for this staff great, because we are able to solve problems way bigger than us. I also want to thank Georgetown, particularly Keisha, for getting the community center open. Public Works showed up with buses, both the Summit transit system and our little roundabout bus to take people off the mountain, plus the half a dozen tow truck companies that worked really hard to get that thing open. So it's just really kind of special when we can pull something like that off, being as small and under-resourced as we are. And so when we have the help of particularly our neighbors and something like that, it's really important that we acknowledge how valuable they are for us in situations like that.
Thank you.
Winona Pass. Last weekend, we have, joked about opening the pass would jinx us into some snow, and it snowed every week since we've opened it. Last week, we plowed Road and Bridge on Friday, plowed a foot of snow off of the pass. This tomorrow particularly is going to look even more than that. So we are glad to get some snow, but however, I want to reiterate what Megan said. We will be plowing it last. We have a responsibility to our community first and our businesses. We'll get to Winona Pass when we get to it. So while the gate is not shut, would not advise anyone else going up there over the next couple of days. So that's all.
Thank you, Colton.
Madam Chair, before we move on further in the agenda, I'd like to read in an executive session. It's an add-on, but due to the time sensitive nature of it, we wanted to add it. I'll read it into the record and Amy will supplement it ultimately on her minutes.
Thank you.
It is pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interests in county property located at 1531 Colorado Boulevard, Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations or developing strategy for negotiations or instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property.
Thank you.
Second.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, never mind. That was not a motion.
And due to the weather, we will be having meetings in the morning. And then when we break for lunch, we're going to conclude our business via Zoom. So just to give everyone a heads up. Thank you. And now we're going back to the work session interview of Richard Berger for appointment to the Clear Creek Fire Authority.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Berger is here in person to interview. I'd like to thank you for coming up this way in anticipation of the storm that's coming. We appreciate you take the time to being here.
Sure, absolutely. I'm Richard Berger. Pleased to meet everybody.
Good morning. So why don't you start off by telling us why you'd like to be on the Fire Authority?
Well, a friend of mine, Mr. Burrows, we go to church together and he'd mentioned a vacancy on the board a few times. And at first, it was one of those thoughts in my mind, time to maybe get involved with community. I think community is important, volunteering, helping out. And of course, I do have some experience. I spent 28 3/4 years with the City of Wayne Fire Department back in Michigan. I was a officer, lieutenant, was also a paramedic, and we were a relatively small community, even though it was in a metropolitan area. We had 6 square miles and we had an 18-man department. That was 3 shifts, 24-hour shifts. And when the phone rang, depending on what it was, you put on the hat and you went out the door. Whether it was fire, whether it was an assist with the police department, whether it was hazmat, you name it, we were prepared for it. So having done that and having been away from it for a while, I've been retired from that for just about 20 years. And more Rich mentioned it to me, the more it made sense that if you guys are willing to allow me to do that, I'd love to help out, offer any services I can. And Fire Authority has had a vacancy for a time, not sure exactly how long. So.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have questions?
So I don't see in here, I guess some of the questions that I have, excuse me, are how long have you been in the community?
I've been out here just over 19 years.
Okay.
I live,
Seeing a lot of transformation in the fire authority and what it used to be and what it is now. How do you, what do you see, I guess, in say 5, 10 years, the direction that we would be going in, should be going in?
well, in the time that I've lived in the county, it's more and more prevalent every day when you look up the hillsides and see all these dead trees. There's segments of them where like the whole hillside's gone, and then there's other ones where you can just kind of see a sprinkling of dead trees, you know, for the need for fire mitigation to help. If we don't get moisture like this past winter, of anything significant, it's going to create a much bigger problem should a forest fire break out. And to be able to be semi-proactive to make attempts to gain access and remove some of this this dead growth. I think it's going to be, I mean, if a fire ever broke out, we've seen it on the news. The power of it, especially with a moderate to heavy wind, can just blow through an area and destroy everything. So I think that that's certainly a concern that I have as a homeowner, and as a fire department, it's an undaunting task for sure.
I'm gonna let George go next. I have more questions, but so we can alternate.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your interest.
Oh, sure.
So you spent time on the staff of a fire department. So a helpful understanding of, you know, fire operations. Can you speak to, did you interact with the board of that fire department much?
Well, it was a community. I mean, we had a city council, and we had multiple dealings with them, you know, trying to encourage them to break forth with some spending. A big project that we undertook, we had been at the EMT level, and every bigger community around us had gone to paramedic level. And more as this grew, we felt like we were shrinking and could have very easily been replaced, but we sought out our council people, sat down and explained the importance of it for the community, for our citizens. And the day that the vote was actually taken, there was one abstaining vote. Normally that person was the one that always voted no on things, but at least they abstained because they supported us just by doing that. But it was unanimous, and they were able to do that. We implemented the program, which was just about a year's commitment between all the hours in the classroom and clinicals and things like that. And, you know, it did cost the city a reasonable amount of money, but they made the investment in us. So having been, you know, always involved with the community people, just made the project easier.
Thank you. So our board is, our fire department is structured a little bit differently. It's fire only.
Mhm.
It is a collaboration of the 5 jurisdictions, the county and the 4 municipalities
Mhm.
that constitute the organization. Sounds like you know this.
Mhm.
And also it has therefore its own independent board. I'm curious, how do you view, like, how does the role change when you go from being on staff responding to calls to being on the board, showing up to board meetings?
I'm no stranger to various meetings. I mean, we were a professional department. We belonged to a union, and of course we had our local meetings, and I was on the board for many years with our local department. But then there were regional, then there were state, and there were also international functions where we were very active and we participated in various ways. They had a health and safety conference every 2 years and just regular business every other year. And so I'm no stranger to having to put time in at the board level. And it's one of those things that's kind of absolutely necessary. Somebody has to be in charge, and no different than you people. You're in charge of the welfare of this community, and I see this as an opportunity to maybe offer some expertise. I'm certainly not going to go in there and dictate anything, but to keep the ball rolling, let's say. Because without it, if government comes to a stop, it creates problems. Just like our recent situation with the TSA, you know? Just a small example.
I did just a quick note, as you probably are aware, about 80% of our county is Forest Service land.
Mhm.
So a lot of those dead trees, we can't do much about except encourage the Forest Service to take care of it. They don't have any money, and it sounds like they're losing even more staff. But that's just one of the realities we have to deal with. So we have to be very good about mitigating what we can mitigate.
Well, certainly. Start from within and maybe be able to reach out to the other authorities and with volunteering groups, maybe being able to collaborate something, you know?
Have you, or do you know, or have you worked with the Clear Creek Fire Authority Board?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, George is a member. And my last question is, as you know, or you may not know, but the Clear Creek Fire Authority Board oversees the work of the fire authority. And are you comfortable questioning something that the fire authority is doing or decides to do? Or are you more let's kind of get along and
Well, I think with any particular role, you have to be able to communicate effectively. And if you have a different point of view than, say, a person on the board, you have to professionally discuss it, have open communication, and you state your agreement or disagreement and let them do the same thing. You know, they're allowed to talk too. And just to be able to hopefully come to a mutual agreement. And sometimes, you know, the agreement's going to be that we disagree, but the ball still has to roll. We still have to get along and remember the purpose of the board. We have to work together.
okay, I may have a follow-up question, but Jody, do you have anything more?
My next question, I usually ask questions about the community too. We just passed, as you know, the unincorporated area raised the mill levies to equal what the Evergreen side was already contributing. So it was a significant amount for the community. And I feel like in my neighborhood, they want to see better, you know, they want to see what they're paying for. And how would you do outreach to the community for education? And one of the things which I need to talk to Clarissa about is they're wondering why the fire authority does stuff like up in York Gulch. Evergreen does, you know, preparedness for wildfire. How can we get the community more involved with the fire authority so that people are educated on, you know what to pack, things like that? How do you feel the fire authority could be better with that?
You can, I mean, public education is extremely important. And depending on what the situation may be, preparedness is necessary. Getting the information to the public, you know, whether it's through newspaper, whether it's through social media. I mean, you can't force anybody to read it, but you can put the information out there consistently so that hopefully in a crisis situation, they'll be aware to be able to say, yeah, I remember reading that, or some sort of community events where they're out in the public. You know, our back in the day, our department, I mean, we went to the schools, we went to, groups would have us basically, whether it was teaching CPR, whether it was, awareness of a situation or just basic home safety. Do your smoke detectors work? Did you change your batteries? They should be changed every 6 months. Most people just figure it's more of a timer for cooking and that's not practical. At least they may know that it goes off occasionally, but certainly reaching out to the public is necessary for success. And when something of a larger scale comes about where you need the influx of volunteers, reach out to the different groups. There's a teen group. There's, people at the let's say the Elks. There's a lot of little pockets of people that might not get everybody to help out, but if you got 10 people to help out, 10 from there, 10 from there, 10 from there, now you have 30 people and you can have a lot more effect.
I like that because I think what the community can do to help the fire authorities so that we're not in their way or we're more prepared is exactly what we need so that they can do their job.
And being, being a public servant, being out in the public is necessary, whether it's an inspection program, inspecting businesses, whether it's inspecting rental properties, you name it, being out there and of course being professional and conveying why you're there. Not there to, get you in trouble. We're not out there to impede anything. Excuse me, we're there for the sake of public safety.
George?
Yeah, I have. I'm gonna go with this one for now. I was reading through your application. You wrote, and you've addressed already the two of the things that you are aware of that you're concerned about. And you wrote cost of doing business. If you could expand on that and, any thoughts you have about a lot of conversations lately about the fire authority, its governance, the IGA, its funding, just to kind of anything in addition to cost of doing business that you have on your mind as it relates to the future of the fire authority?
Well, I think in any governmental situation, there is a cost of doing business. The basic monies that are required for paying employees or whatever, those are like controlled. They're kind of set in stone. There's always going to be other factors that will contribute. If you have, let's say you have an illness go through a department and now you're spending more money because people have to cover with overtime or whatever. Those are different things that you try to avoid them as much as possible, but at the same token, they are necessary in order to staff your stations and be there for the general public. We're doing a service, for the community, every citizen. And sometimes things go awry that we don't have a lot of control over. Years ago, back when COVID first became an issue, I've been staying in contact with a few close friends from my old department. There was one entire shift that was put on quarantine. And I think half the shift actually got it. The other half was fortunate and didn't. But you're talking an entire crew, there was nobody to show up. So you had to kind of force the hand of everybody else to pick up the slack and go forward. It's unavoidable sometimes. Of course, fire equipment, it's one of those necessary. You have to have the equipment. And if it's not in good working order, eventually you have to replace it and or repair it. These costs are astronomical. Back in the day, a ladder truck was over $1 million. I can't imagine what they cost these days. But
You'll find out.
absolutely. But I think it's just a phrase. It's certainly necessary. And of course, whatever can be done to think ahead of the game and make adjustments, being able to evaluate the situation, come back around. If situation's improved, great. If it's not, have to kind of start the process over, reevaluate again and go forward.
Just to clarify, it was the Evergreen, so Clear Creek County, the east side is served by the Evergreen Fire Department. And they're the ones that did a big evacuation drill.
Hmm.
And that was basically a wildfire evacuation drill. And prior to that, they had a meeting also in Evergreen about how to prepare, like if, there's a threat of evacuation, what should you do ahead of time
Mhm.
before you get that call saying you have 15 minutes to leave your house? And that was really helpful. We had huge community participation, and I would love to work with our fire authority to try to do something like that here. It's not just, smoke detectors, it's
Well,
what to pack and how fast you can get out of your house to a safe place.
well, and having an idea where certain documents live.
Exactly.
Because, if I came to you and said, I need to see X, and, some people might be able to walk right over to their file cabinet and go, there it is. And other people would sit there and maybe go through this pile of papers or that pile of papers, knowing where your important documents are, your little, grab and go bags or whatever you want to call them.
Yes, exactly.
People have to certainly have a mindset. What should I do? What should I take? Then you have to also realize that a lot of it is just stuff.
Right.
You don't.
Well, yeah, don't pack your boat when you're evacuating, right?
No.
It's like you need to leave room for the other people trying to evacuate.
Right. But the idea of having the mindset that, oh yeah, I remember we attended a meeting or an event, and then getting this information out to the public.
Yeah.
I mean, again, social media is, could be a real rabbit hole, let's just say, that people get dropped into occasionally. But to be able to keep the message clear and concise, and hopefully they're aware, because an awareness is everything.
George, did you have another question? I think Jody you told me you finished with yours, right?
I am finished.
Okay, George?
Yeah, so you applied for, did you intend to apply for a specific position? Because there are two you're eligible for. I just wanted to have a quick conversation about that.
I wasn't aware that there was more than one thing to choose from.
Okay.
Just,
I'll describe them to you and then ask you if you have, a preference or any thoughts. One of them is the historic appointment of this board to represent this board and that board, right? And every jurisdiction has appointments that they make, and largely.
So including the county and then all the municipalities.
Yes. And largely, the job of those board members is to represent those jurisdictions, right? And so especially when big topics come up, there are conversations, each municipality will have conversations about what's our position and how are we sending our people to vote, right? We also, so that's like the historic position, and there's one vacancy there. There's we created 3 new positions, and the idea is that these are independent. There was a representation imbalance between the unincorporated area and the incorporated areas. And so we created 3 seats that this board nominates, but the fire authority board actually appoints, and they're supposed to be independent, represent their communities. They don't really answer to anybody, but their communities, and so they've got term limits. Do you have any thoughts about either of those 2? Are you open to either of those 2? Is there one you prefer?
Well, I wasn't aware, so I really haven't formulated an opinion on either. I guess we can wait and see if I approve for any of them.
Or you can wait and see which one we recommend you for.
Okay, thank you. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to the board serving as the local liquor licensing authority. Nanette Kramer.
Right?
Good morning.
Just quick and easy, I believe. First item on your agenda is for the Clear Creek Metropolitan Recreation District to get their special event liquor permit for their Canine on the Creek event. That event is scheduled for May 17th. All the departments reviewed the application and were fine with the approval of it. Pursuant to our resolution 04210, unless there are any objections to the application, the board can approve it administratively.
Okay,
And
any
we,
objections, colleagues?
I do not have any objections.
No questions, no objections.
and I have not received any either. Correct.
Okay, thank you. The next on the agenda is administrative approval of marijuana licenses.
Excellent. Again, this is for Exit 243, renewing their retail marijuana store and medical marijuana store licenses. And pursuant to marijuana regulations, unless there is good cause to not approve it, where a hearing would be necessary, the chair can also administratively approve these applications as well. And all the reviewing departments have indicated their approval for both to be renewed.
Okay. Any objections, colleagues?
I do not have any.
Okay, so.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're now moving on to the consent agenda. And I noted to Colton that I wanted to pull C for further discussion. Otherwise, we're considering approval of the warrant register.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to remove D.
D. You. And consideration approval of meeting minutes for December 9th, special meeting. And consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding between Clear Creek County and the Georgetown Community Center for a temporary evacuation facility. I have a motion to approve that on consent.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
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 Thank you. So, Attorney Lickman, do we now discuss the ones that we removed from the consent agenda, or how does that work?
I just want to make sure, we just had that motion to approve the rest of the,
Correct.
okay.
Other
All the
than,
CNC.
For catching me up for a second.
Yep.
Yes, now you would take that item.
okay,
C and D got pulled.
Oh, C and D?
Yes.
yes,
I D, okay.
thank you. I have a concern about this fairly broadly written approval of Clear Creek County light duty fleet electrification policy.
Okay, so we are now on, just to make it clear, we're on C. I know.
Correct. Correct.
Cool.
I'll do it in order. And my concerns are, one, electric vehicles don't tend to do very well in extreme cold conditions. I'm concerned about county staff being stuck somewhere in a traffic jam in very cold weather and have their battery die on them. The second thing is, I know that they're less expensive to maintain, however, they are expensive to purchase. I'd like to know how many of these that are proposed to be purchased. And I'd also question how or why we need them in the first place. I mean, I totally understand big trucks and everything else we need to do to make public works function, but do we, everybody drives to work. Do we really need additional cars for people to drive around on county business? I mean, I commute from Evergreen every day, so.
So, taking those in order, we're talking about maybe one vehicle in 5 years.
Oh,
It's a very small amount of vehicles. We have a couple of admin fleet vehicles that we use for kind of, for building inspectors to go up or something like that, or, open space staff. Generally speaking, when you're requiring your employees to go somewhere else as part of their job, you usually need to provide them a vehicle or pay them mileage if they're using their personal vehicles. From an administrative perspective, it is a lot easier for us and cheaper in man hours for them to, for us to provide a vehicle over having to do all of the administrative work of reporting and documenting mileage. It takes a lot of back end work to do. Right now we have the 2 vehicles here. We have the assessor's vehicle. We have a couple of vehicles. So we're talking about less than 10% of our fleet that would be affected by this. The vast majority of our fleet is exempt from this, which is,
the heavy duty one.
well, it's heavy duty for road and bridge. It's emergency response. So all the sheriff's vehicles, it's OEM vehicles, it's EMS, and it's most of road and bridge would be exempt from this because most of their vehicles are used for plowing snow in some capacity. Now, there might be a handful. Really what we're talking about is potentially the maintenance staff, the administrative fleet, and the trails team could. Granted, there is a caveat here about feasibility, which is that, I'll back up. One of the problems we have right now with our fleet is it's oversized. So what we're doing is we're just driving the vehicles till they give up, and then we're selling them and we're not replacing them.
Okay.
So we're still paring down the administrative fleet that we have. Because right now it's not really worth it to sell the vehicles. They're in that kind of dangerous zone of too old enough to be worth anything, but not old enough to get rid of.
Mhm.
So as we move the annex staff back here, we will probably push them into the administrative fleet that's here. We'll get rid of some of their vehicles, which are very old. And part of the problem is with our, especially in the winter, to your point, our gas fleet sits a lot because people don't go out every day, especially the administrative vehicles. We actually have to assign people and make them drive them to keep them from being dead when we need them.
Okay. And
That's-
will this be helped by the attrition?
Yes, that hopefully will be helped by the person, but regardless, because those are on-call vehicles that basically don't get used until someone needs to go somewhere, which during the winter might not be a whole lot because we don't have a lot of buildings inspections during the winter. We don't have a lot of other things happening during the winter. The electric vehicle is actually going to be better, easier for us to operate in those conditions
Because
because
they can sit.
they'll sit charged, they'll be ready to go, they're cheaper to maintain. Our gas fleet right now with internal combustion engines from a maintenance perspective, oil has to be changed whether you use it or not.
Mhm.
Fluid, all the fluids, everything for a lot of, and the worst thing an internal combustion engine can do is sit a lot.
Okay.
So in that case, in this very narrow use case, we're more confident that if we do start replacing some plug-in electrics, we're going to have better fleet reliability in the long run. Because right now it is a pain
Mhm.
with our administrative fleet right now. Those are vehicles that, yes, you only have about 80% on average charge capacity on an electric vehicle in the cold as opposed to 100. So if you, for example, just for math, had a 500-mile range, you'd have a 400-mile range, right? We don't travel that far. Our daily trips, because of how limited part of this county is actually built, we might drive 50 miles a day, 100 miles a day at most in those vehicles. And so we think the trade-off between the maintenance and the cost and they're more reliable for sitting longer is worth potentially the 1 in a million time when we need to sit in traffic for all day. And
1 in a million?
for us, because we control when we go. If we
Okay.
see that something's jammed, that's why the emergency vehicles are exempt, because they need to run all the time, potentially 24 hours a day. These vehicles, we have a lot more control over when we go, what 70 is looking like. Obviously, there is a risk there, but we also have an issue of just human nature, right? If it's a fleet vehicle, which we're trying to get to and getting away from assigned vehicles, to your point, we rarely need a person to have an assigned car.
Okay.
We don't need to be playing this prisoner's dilemma game of who's filling it up at Road and Bridge now. right? Because people will just tend to drain the tank to nothing and then
Oh.
leave it here in the corner tank.
Okay.
This way, it's sitting there, just plug it in. It's always got full charge. It also makes it just, we have to charge gas to every division. That's also a very complicated administrative process that we can bypass by just having a charge set. So there's a lot of administrative efficiencies that we're looking at here, and I just think we're going to get more reliability out of them because the ones that are sitting over here right now, while we do need them, just don't get driven consistently enough, and that creates a whole bunch of other problems for that kind of technology. And EVs are actually probably the right fix there.
That explanation helps immensely versus what was just on the agenda.
Mhm.
So thank you. Colleagues, questions?
No, I'm good with that. I actually reached out to Colton a while ago about it and had a discussion, so.
Okay, good.
No, I don't have any questions. I support this policy. Grateful to staff for putting it on paper. The history here is that there was standing verbal direction from the board, not only
Prior to this board.
I'll tell. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go, starting with there. The conversation started with standing verbal direction from the prior board, which I do believe endures until another board changes it. To in the purchase of a vehicle defined this, if there was a desire to purchase an internal combustion vehicle, to ask the board for permission. And also to put it in writing so that the board can actually approve it in writing. That latter part never happened. And colleagues, I brought this to your attention early in your first year because of my desire to see this policy be put in writing. And I know at that time we asked the former county manager again to bring us this conversation so we could consider and approve something, potentially approve something in writing. So this is a long-winded way of me saying, Colton, thank you for getting to this. I think the policy is well thought out. It's fairly simple. And I think we can accomplish the purposes established in it. I think it's important for us to do our part to confront climate change, build comfort with these vehicles, which do work in mountain environments, and work better in mountain environments every day, as well as controlling our own costs. This morning when I drove past the gas station, gas was
Good point.
$4.50. Fuel prices are incredibly volatile. Energy prices and electricity prices are also somewhat viable, but you can control them a lot more yourself through things like solar. Excel offers deep discounts if you're willing to charge your vehicles at night. And so I just think that this is, if an EV can save me on fuel and maintenance costs at home, it can save the county on fuel and maintenance costs here at work. And really grateful to see this move forward.
May I have a motion to approve the Clear Creek County Light Duty Fleet Electrification Policy?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And then you pulled the next one. Do you want to introduce it?
Yes, item D, I support the letter. I don't want to make changes to the letter. I just wanted, this is really important and I wanted an explanation on the record of what this letter is about.
So basically, the enterprise zone boundary adjustment, as well, the board knows, and you know, who's heard my soapbox a lot of times, this county is very complicated from a data perspective. And every time we go through these readjustments of where these opportunity zones are, these enterprise zones are, where the state is offering some, or the feds are offering some level of tax credits, or in this, and beyond just this policy, other policies too. Because of the wealth of the east side of the county and the relative poverty of the west side of the county, a lot of times when these boundary lines get looked at, or the county get looked at from the aggregate level, they're like, you're looking pretty fine. You don't need these anymore, right? So we usually have to go through a process of explaining why, particularly the west side of the county. So Idaho Springs West, Georgetown, Silver Plume, Empire, and those unincorporated areas are still in a state of relative need of these kind of tax incentives. And so we went through working through the EDC, the Economic Development Corporation. we are working with our administrator of the administrative zones to get these moved back. So the west side of the county will still be in an enterprise zone, which makes businesses more viable. It makes it easier for us to get, new businesses open. It particularly helps small businesses. Because those kind of smaller tax incentives really do help them. George, did you need more of an explanation?
I have a question. I read this to say this would change to make all of Clear Creek in the enterprise zone. Wouldn't we still have the problem with the east end skewing the income levels?
Well, it should just be the west side. We are asking for the entire county to get put in,
Mm-hmm.
but in all likelihood, there will be a line drawn through the middle of the county. But that's where we skew everything is the relative, that's where everything skews is the relative wealth of the west side of the county. I mean, the east side of the county.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, the first sentence in this letter is to include the entirety of Clear Creek County. That
So
was-
we're asking for that. It's still up to the administrator to decide where the boundary line goes.
I think it's the right argument to make.
Mhm.
I think that if the east side was included in the enterprise zone, it would simply be an acknowledgement that our fates are tied.
Mhm.
Enterprise zones are created to help have viable tax bases for governments that's inside our territory. And the people of Evergreen suffer as much as people on this side of the county from our inability to have a viable tax base, and the inability to pay for high tax rates on this side of the county.
Sure, right. No, I was just trying to clarify what Colton just.
Right, but when they look at, so I guess I wasn't clear. So when they look at the problem with our county, when they look at us from 20,000 feet, they see a relatively high level of income, but that's because of a skewing from the east side.
Right.
So we usually have to go through this every time they move these boundaries and be like, no, your data is, you look at the I-70 corridor. And that's also where the vast majority of our commercial is,
Mhm.
right? And that looks very different. We always asked for the whole county to be included because we are fate tied together. But they can kind of decide how to do that however we want. However, our position is always that if you're going to include us, you need to include the whole thing.
Mhm.
They ultimately decide where the enterprise zones go.
Should I have this? So like what's next and how long does that take or what do we expect?
I actually don't know how long it's gonna take. George, do you know? Should be this year, we should find out.
Okay.
It's a,
I don't. What I do know, as far as like the context outside of Clear Creek, is that this error that applied to Clear Creek is happening in a lot of small communities. It happens regularly because they try to use statistical models that work well for urban areas that don't work well in rural areas. And so there's cyclical in this and in all kinds of other arenas, this cyclical need to be like, hey, wait a second, we need to explain our data to you. And so I just asked for this to be pulled because I think it's important for the public to know that we do have to undertake these efforts, that we do have a lot of footballs to watch. And I'm glad we caught this one. And I think this letter is awesome. I want to thank Lindsay Valdez with the CCEDC for first bringing it up. This is crucial. There are several things that relied on the enterprise zone being in place in Clear Creek County to have been financially viable. That includes the apartments on the football field and the wellness center. And I don't know if the Argo got enterprise zone tax credits, but I would be shocked if they did not.
Yeah.
Because it really provides it can provide a really important piece of the capital stack for any kind of construction. So really, really important. I think the letter is great. Really grateful to everybody for being on top of it and just wanted a brief explanation in public about it.
Thank you. I entertain a motion for approval, consent.
I move we approve the letter of support for the Clear Creek County Enterprise Zone Boundary Amendment.
Second,
All in favor?
I.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to Board of County Commissioner action items.
Can I request a break?
Yes, you may. We are going on a 5-minute break. Clerk Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session. Moving on to action items. The first one is consideration of approval of resolution 26-38, a resolution delegating mill levy certification duties to the Clear Creek County Finance Director. Peter and Kathy.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
So as you know, in mid-December of each year, all of the towns, cities, school districts, and special districts have to certify their mill levies within their jurisdictions to the Board of County Commissioners. And then a little over a week later, by just no later than December 22nd of each year, the board, either by formal hearing or written order, has to levy taxes against the valuation for assessment for all the taxable property located in the county on the assessment date. And also in all those jurisdictions that certify their mill levies to you. So after the board has levied those taxes, state law requires that the board has to certify those levies to the assessor and then transmit copies to the state. The same state law, it's CRS 39-111, authorizes the board to delegate those ministerial duties. You still have to levy the taxes, but someone else can certify them. So staff is recommending that the board delegate the ministerial duties, the certification duties, to the finance director in consultation with the county assessor, in order to streamline the certification process. It's right at the end of the year near the holidays, so easier for that to just be done administratively than for the board to meet.
Thank you. Colleagues? Any comments, questions?
I don't have any comments. I guess for staff, maybe this is a little harder for me. It wasn't when we did it last year, but
I support this. It makes sense. Colleagues, you probably remember, I think both of the last 2 years, and for me, all of my years here, we've had to schedule a special meeting so that we can certify mill levies because the timeline is so tight between when we get them and when they get them. It almost never lands on a regularly scheduled board meeting and you can't predict when it's going to come. And so I think this is going to save everybody time and money. Certification of mill levies is perfunctory. I have one suggestion for this policy, which is that we delegate to the finance director and the county manager, just in case we don't have a finance director named on our appointments list. I'd like for this policy to endure. I emailed you all about this yesterday. By you all, sorry, Peter and Colton. I emailed you about this yesterday.
like I didn't get anything.
And so I'm curious, what do y'all think about that?
So I can speak to it. I think it's appropriate just to have that catch-all. So what we would recommend, I'm sorry, I stole that from Kathy.
Stole my thunder.
That question, but in the title, we'll change it from just finance director. We'll end up changing it to the Clear Creek County Manager or Finance Director. I said or rather than and because I don't want to suggest that both have to be involved in the process either. It's kind of just it's just stylistic. And then we would suggest making the similar changes in, it looks like whereas clause 5, 6, and then the wherefore clause, basically just making that one amendment to the motion, to the resolution you have in front of you to add the county manager to that. And that's a simple change. So when you make a motion, if you're inclined to approve this resolution, please just refer to that amendment and we will get the correct version to Amy.
Very good. Colleagues, would you like to make a motion?
Move we approve resolution 26 with the amendments described by the county attorney.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Assistant County Attorney Parker. All right. Second, consideration of approval of resolution 26-39, a resolution supporting the fiscal year 2026 Safe Streets and Roads for All, also known as SS4A, grant application and authorization to sign letter of support. County Manager Roloff.
So basically this is the repeat of last year. We applied for a countywide SS4A planning grant. This grant, if you do the planning phase, would then allow you to apply for specific projects, both design and construction, but you have to do the planning first. We have offered this to all the cities as well, because if we do one county plan, then the cities can then use that plan to apply for their own construction and design projects. So it'll be far more fiscally responsible for all of the cities and municipalities to do this one time together. And then they can run their own way with their own projects at that point, because if we do a county plan without them, then they would have to amend our plan doing a separate project. And there's a lot of fixed costs with that. It's going to be very expensive. So last year we tried, we didn't get the grant. We are trying again. We are going to hopefully get DOLA's support and CDOT support this time, which should help us. This is a resolution of support that is required as part of the grant application. The draft application is in there. You can see our crash rates, as we all know, are crazy high. And a letter of support is per part of the application. Yeah, that's it. It's essentially the repeat of what happened we did last year.
Okay, colleagues, any questions?
No, I'm just glad to see this again. Hopefully, I mean, this is for the plan of what we can do down the road. So it's an important piece to getting safer streets.
George, any comments?
Yeah, it makes sense. I support it as well. I encourage you to lean into support we can get from our congressional and senators' offices reviewing the application.
We've reached out to the Goose's office on the person that they told us to reach out to.
Great. May I have a motion in support?
Sorry, I was just looking for something. I will make a motion for the approval of resolution R 26-39, a resolution supporting the 2026 Safer Streets and Roads for All grant application and authorization to sign the letter of support.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Moving on to consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Clear Creek and Clear Creek School District RE1 related to the use of Clear Creek School District grant funding to provide resilience-focused programs through collaboration with Mountain Youth Network. Attorney Lickman.
I'm sorry. I'm surprised that is actually on an action session.
What would you like it to be in?
It could have been on consent, but I don't actually have any comments on that.
Okay. Comments, colleagues?
I don't, just that I support it.
Yeah, I might have pulled it off consent just to ask for an explanation. This is a really great relationship. I'm really looking forward to it. Could we ask the public health director who's in the room to offer some comment?
Yeah, I agree with Peter that it should have been on consent. I don't know why it's on action, but yes, it's a opportunity for the school district and Mountain Youth Network to partner to provide better services for our community. I don't know what more to say about it than that. It's existed in the past, the relationship, and it continues to exist. This is a formalization, if you will, of that relationship.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion for the approval of memorandum of understanding between the Clear Creek County and the School District RE1 related to the use of Clear Creek District grant funding to provide resilience-focused programs through collaboration with Mountain Youth Network.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And then last action item is consideration of approval of a letter opposing Proposition 175. Commissioner Marlin.
Yes, thank you, Peter. If I'm coloring too far outside the lines, I know you'll correct me here. This letter opposing Proposition 175 is in your packet. Proposition 175, in what I view as a fairly deceptive manner, asks the voters to prioritize road maintenance above basically everything else in the state's general fund. The state has had to cut $2.5 billion out of its general fund over the last two sessions. It will have to cut at least another $1 billion out of its general fund next session. That has resulted in excruciating cuts across the board to programs we care about, including our ability to prop up our healthcare systems, our behavioral health systems, our school systems, and including higher ed and K-12, and anything else you can think of that matters that you think the state ought to be investing in. This would say, on top of all of that, that we would have to find an additional $700 million in cuts to those programs to fund road maintenance, not transportation, but road maintenance. This is being brought by the Colorado Contractors Association, is the primary proponent behind it. They love to be paid to maintain roads. And it's offensive that they would ask voters without any context to prioritize roads. I'm not going to try to claim our roads are in good shape. I don't think anybody on this board would, or anybody in the state of Colorado would. However, to ask the voters, hey, do you care about roads, without the full context of how are you going to balance whether you care about roads versus whether you care about crime or behavioral health, is poor governance and irresponsible. I have asked the Contractors Association, as one of many county commissioners in a coalition opposed to this, to please support solutions that involve increased revenue. Their worldview is very much that Proposition 175 exists because the state is wasting money. I don't consider investing in kids wasting money. I know, colleagues, you don't either. So I think it's important for us to say directly to the Colorado Contractors Association, as a county that regularly issues RFPs and prefers to work with entities that act in good faith, that we're upset with them for bringing this proposition, and we ask them to stop. There is another thing that's going on here with the state and a bill that I would like to discuss with you under this heading. And I think we can, because this bill is a reaction to Prop 175, but I think for the sake of the conversation, probably makes sense just to discuss the letter. Lastly, in a reread of the letter, once it made the packet, I think we don't adequately articulate that there is a need to invest in roads. And so I wrote a paragraph to do that. I will read it when you're ready and ask that we add it to this letter. So, questions?
I'm ready to hear your proposed addition, Jody.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. As I'm proposing this as the second paragraph, Clear Creek County needs additional state investment in transportation and mobility. Those needs include road repair, transit services like Bustang and Pegasus, as well as forward-thinking mass transit options. We support increased investments that result from new revenue. Colorado does not have to choose between a viable education or healthcare system and functioning transportation systems, as this proposition suggests.
So is this pardon me, a replacement for the existing second or a new second?
Just a new second
So the
paragraph.
second becomes the third.
Yeah, and I just think that, it's important for us to mention that. It's also important for us to mention our support for services that if and I didn't mention this earlier, if Proposition 175 was to pass, the state's ability to invest in services like Bustang would be eliminated. They would have to put everything into asphalt. And that is, asphalt is the past, right? Asphalt is not, that solution on the I-70 corridor involves paving over our communities, which I think we're all strongly opposed to. So thank you. I'll stop. Obviously, I feel strongly
Thank you.
about this one.
May I have a motion?
Can I, before we leave this, discuss this bill with you?
Sure.
Thank you. A bill was introduced yesterday, 1430.
1430.
Thank you. Lot of conversation about it. CCI discussed it on Friday. It was introduced yesterday. CCAT is in a monitor position. This bill tries to de-risk the state budget should 175 pass. It, under Tabor, the state does a lot of what I would just call sort of magic wand fiscal policy. That is hard to understand at the nuts and bolts level, but it basically pulls some enterprises out of the state's general fund and lets those enterprises meet the obligations in Prop 175 would create, so that general fund revenues available for things like education and behavioral health are not harmed. It also temporarily lowers the gas tax and a gas fee. And this is about just like how Tabor works with the Tabor cap. By doing that, it brings some of the excess revenues over the Tabor cap down into the general fund so that the state doesn't have to spend additional money. So basically it tries to hold the state's budget harmless should 175 pass. It creates some risk for local governments and frankly, state transportation funding. Because if we get a recession, and no one would try to predict when a recession would happen, but we know it is about when and not if in any context. And in the context of $4.50 gallons of gasoline, it's really is a question of when and not if. In the context of if we get a recession and revenues fall below the Tabor cap, then the passage of 1430 would harm transportation funding and would harm, state funding. So what I'm suggesting, and this is after conversations with Colton and some, other people around the state that have their heads wrapped around this, and Peter, is that this bill be amended so that in such a situation, that gas fee be automatically ratcheted back up so that our HUTF allocation isn't harmed. It's a fairly simple amendment conceptually. It's fairly complicated in the way you would write it. Fortunately, we don't have to write it. I just wanted to check in with you, colleagues. We're being asked to support this. I could get to support personally. Right now, I'm asking CCAT to be in monitor, and I'm asking people to consider a change like this. And I just wanted to just check the room if there are strong opinions about whether we should be supporting this bill or not, or what. It's one of these weird things that happens at the end of session when there are bad propositions that are about to hit the ballot.
Sounds risky to me. Sounds like there are moving parts there.
There's a lot of moving parts and, I'm kind of on the team that it sucks because if this is voted on, this Prop 1430, it goes against what the voters vote for. So this is an issue that, do they understand what this is going to do? I think this is a really big education piece that people need to understand what this means. And this is what we run into for stuff like this, especially this late in session. We've got a lot of bills that we're really trying to work on and to focus on this one. George is used to this stuff, but it's kind of crazy times. And I think it puts it pins us, it puts us up against a wall. And what are you going to choose? The will of the voters if this is proposed and it is voted on. And then 1430 needs to get passed to protect those services that we all think are critical. It's putting us in a bad position either way.
I agree with you philosophically on like the concept of the will of the voters. I agree, and that's a easy thing to, I think, over apply in the context of like private money creating options that are deceptively written that don't include the full context and then calling that voter will, right? I think you could pick any of these other issues and you could say, hey, should the state fund these issues more without raising taxes? You could get a yes on all of them, right? Because ask anybody in the room, hey, do you think that the state should adequately fund education? They're going to say yes, right? So I tend to put less faith in that argument, and it's more just about, in my mind, making sure we actually understand that our budgets won't be harmed by this. This won't somehow inadvertently make the situation worse. And I am pretty jaundiced after, I'll just say cynical, after seeing a lot of bad ballot measures get proposed and legislative leadership negotiate and come up with something like this right at the end of session, and then finding out later that it didn't work out very well for local government. So, I mean, my instinct is to hold off and make them satisfy us that it's good for us before we support it.
And also, we don't want to dilute the opposition to 175.
Sure, that's. So,
For the purpose of today,
yeah,
we can sign the letter in opposition to 175.
yeah, and then I just want to see if there's a clear signal about whether I have leeway to, as more information is gained, flex from like, let's monitor this to let's support this, or if you all would rather us just stay out of it entirely.
I think my position, what I gathered from that and a lot of other people's was to, gather more information. We had 6 minutes before it was proposed when they were talking about it. So even the people that were letting us know about it didn't have really time to educate us on it. So and this is as counties, we're discussing the pros and cons of this, and as more eyes get on this, there may be more ramifications that are harmful, or maybe they'll find better solutions too. I don't know. I haven't heard any more chitter chatter on, this was yesterday. So this is pretty new to us.
So that sounds like you'd like us to be able to remain flexible. And I don't hear any objection to me asking for, if it's going to pass this amendment that would, basically keep us harmless in the case of a recession.
And the sponsors of that bill too are also, friends of, we have supported them in the past. They have supported us.
People we trust, Senator Amabile, Rep. Snicker.
Okay. All right, so for the purpose of today,
So you're good with that?
I'm good with the flexibility, yes. Just monitor it closely. So for the purpose of today, the vote is whether or not we support the letter with the amendment in opposition to 175.
Correct.
Who would like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion. We approve the letter opposing Proposition 175 with the additional paragraph that was read.
Second,
All in favor?
I.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
All right, we're not going to take another break now since we just took one. Moving on to a work session, seeking board direction for a letter supporting bus.
Chair,
Yes,
respectfully, could we move that one to after the 2 work sessions since we have them here?
yes, and since we're 4 minutes late.
Yep.
So our first work session, school-based health center presentation. Sarah Dayton, Elevated Community Health. Would you like to come up? And please introduce your colleague as well.
Yes, we will. This is Hannah Gall. We'll kind of talk about our roles in a moment. Do we know if our PowerPoint's gonna be shown?
It is.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, we can just quickly start hopping in while it's pulled up and introduce who we are. So I'm Sarah Dayton. I am Elevated Community Health Strategic Funding Director. And
I'm Hannah Gall. I'm the SVHC Director for Elevated Community Health.
SBHC.
SVHC is School-Based Health Center.
Thank you. And so I guess just since we're waiting, does anyone know who Elevated Community Health is?
I have heard that you like to go in schools and set up a health center.
Yes, we're bigger than that, but that is a large portion of who we are.
Okay.
You can hop to the agenda slide if you want. Just so you guys kind of know what's going to be shared as you go through. We're going to share a little bit more of who Elevated Community Health is, what a school-based health center is, and then what our discussions have been here in Clear Creek. Just to date and then we also would just really want your input on these discussions and just, get your feel for it. So who Elevated Community Health is, I guess before we hop in, feel free to interrupt, ask questions. I really like to have It's not a lecture, it's more I want you guys to ask your questions as you get them. So Elevate Community Health. We are a small local nonprofit that operates primarily in Summit County, Lake County, and Park County. And so we are a healthcare nonprofit, so we provide primary care, dental, and behavioral health services. Anything you imagine within those services we have. So we're your primary care provider, your dentist, your therapist. In addition to just providing those services, we are a federally qualified health center. So that essentially means that the federal government recognizes us to provide care to all, no matter their ability to pay. So how we started was essentially over 30 years ago was a volunteer clinic. Volunteer providers in the area set up shop to provide services to people who are low income and uninsured. And we've just kind of essentially grown from there, but that still remains really who we are. We provide care to all. And we're small, so we're just local to that little area, Summit County, Lake and Park County. And we have 18 offices. So you can kind of see on that list there, we have a couple primary care offices, a couple behavioral health, a couple dental, and then the largest amount of school-based health centers, which we'll dig into.
So what is a school-based health center? Well, essentially, we're an extension of Elevated Community Health's system, right? We have primary care, behavioral health, and dental care as options to be mixed and matched inside the school, outside the school, in telehealth. And ideally, the idea is to provide access to care while limiting barriers such as transportation, and really just, as Sarah mentioned, since we're a federally qualified health center, we really want to provide this care for folks who, regardless of their ability to pay. And another key piece to note is that we are operated and fully funded by ourselves, by Elevated Community Health. So even if we are inside a school, we're not taking any funding from the school at any point throughout this. So, next slide. And so, as Sarah mentioned, we have 3 service lines. These can be mixed and matched. Primary care, we provide exams, immunizations, physicals. Our providers can provide chronic illness care, and we can do this in person or via telehealth. For dental care, again, depending on what parents consent to, we can provide dental cleanings, apply sealants, x-rays, fluoride treatments, or silver diamine fluoride. And these will all be done by a registered dental hygienist. And then for behavioral health, we have therapy, crisis support, some case management. And these sessions, again, are usually in person at the school. Primary care is for families and school staff and students, whereas dental and behavioral health is reserved for students only. And again, the most important part we're trying to emphasize here is that reduction of barriers to access to care. We want to minimize travel for parents. You don't want to have to take time off work to go take your kid, take them out of class, drive who knows how far to have their medical appointment. They can simply be pulled out of class for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, have their appointment, and go right back in. And we do work with the schools so that we try to avoid like testing or any important classes. If it's their core curriculum, we try to avoid those. And yeah, we've been shown that it's an evidence-based program that kids who have the ability to be seen at a school-based health center have higher seat time, so they're in class longer and therefore have a better academic performance.
Yeah, so imagine like a mini health clinic inside the school.
Yeah. So our locations, as Sarah mentioned, we're in Lake, Park, and Summit counties. In Lake County, we have all 3 service lines at the high school. And then we have behavioral health actually and dental services at the intermediate and elementary schools there. In Park, we have a school at the Park Reed 2 district, which is in Fairplay. And since they are a K through 12 campus, our school-based health center serves all of the population there. And then in Summit County, we have the 3 service lines at the middle school and high school, and then 3 elementary schools. We also provide behavioral health at other elementary schools based on our provider availability. And then just a quick little snapshot of our visit data. You can see in the graph or in the chart there on the screen. We had around 8,500 visits in the last year. And that's actually 25% of all of Elevated Community Health visit, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so about annually we serve like 10,000 patients. Yeah.
Couple questions on this data. I'm curious, do you have evidence of whether this is services that people would get elsewhere or services that they would just not get if not for your presence? in
Oh,
the school?
goodness. That would be amazing data to have. I don't think we can really narrow it down to that level.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think in Summit County, there's plenty of behavioral health and dental and primary care offices. So I think those services are available elsewhere. However, folks are choosing to go to the schools, not only because of that convenience factor, but also our payment options. We take insurance, we have a sliding fee scale, we have the care card, and a separate pricing model that makes it more affordable for folks. So I think maybe that could be a reason that they choose to be seen in the schools rather than outside entities.
That'd be really awesome data to have.
Yeah.
I don't know how you go that.
I know. I don't know either. I'm like, we could do a survey and collect that. Yeah.
Yeah. Good question.
I guess before we move on to just what's been happening in Clear Creek, any just questions on who Elevate Community Health is or school-based health centers as like a general idea?
Maybe another way to ask that question or try to get at that. What feedback do you tend to get from other partners in this space?
Well, we get great feedback. And so, I mean, one, I feel like primary example for that is Summit County government actually gives us close to $500,000 annually just to operate the school-based health centers in Summit County because they're just so passionate about them. And that's actually specifically for our behavioral health services because they really see that there's a barrier for kids getting mental health services. And so just having that right there in the school, I know has been huge. And I mean, just in general, the school district, we've been in, I don't actually know when the school-based health center started in Summit County, but we took over the operations of it in 2012 in Summit County. And I think we grew into Lake County in 2016. I think 2016 and Park County in 2018. And so I feel like we've never closed the site and they continually are very supportive of that interaction and want help, figure out ways for us to call kids down from class. And so I feel like just their participation in it would definitely say that they appreciate the service and they help make it happen.
So you're not like hearing in other communities that you're like harming other business models in the community?
No. So one thing that's actually kind of unique as a federally qualified health center, this is really digging into weeds, but we
To do that.
yeah, we get a higher reimbursement rate from Medicaid than what your typical private practice would be. So for example, and these numbers aren't exact, let's say you're going to your primary care provider and you have Medicaid and you're going to just the private practice. That private practice provider will get maybe $100 for that visit from Medicaid, but we're getting $400. And so so private practices actually really enjoy like that kind of component where we can help take care of their Medicaid and uninsured because that's who's not helping them make their ends meet. But really that's specifically with Medicaid, that's who's helping our ends get met. So we can kind of complement each other in those ways. Of course, there is a level of like, some people in certain areas may be like, oh, well, that's my patient, don't touch them. And we really try, especially in our school-based health centers, like we're not required to be the primary care provider. It can be something where we just complement the primary care provider where it's like, you need sports physical to start basketball practice tomorrow. We can help provide that. We'll send it off to your primary care provider so they have it, but we're not taking over that. So we really try to work with them wherever we can. I mean, of course, there's going to be some level where people could see like, oh, wait, but I want those numbers. But hopefully we complement each other more than that competition.
And I would add too that we have pediatricians in Summit County that are like known to be the primary care provider of a student. And so we're there as like a catch-all last minute, like, hey, I have a sore throat, like, let me do a strep test really quick for you. And then if you want, you can follow up with your doctor. Whereas sometimes it might take a week or a couple of days to get in on the schedule. So we're kind of also that last minute catch-all for providing care. And then because we're on a similar or the same EHR, that really helps with the continuity of care between the different practices.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I'm specifically focusing on this really for two reasons. Both of them, our population is pretty small.
Sure.
And I think we are right at a threshold where it's viable for like primary care offices to have a business model. And I remember colleagues when, at the time Centura was talking about being in our wellness center. They were talking about their business model in the same terms. They were like, if we can maximize the number of people that are through private health insurance, we can sort of get good prices for and limit the Medicaid payer patients, then we can make this work. And so it seems like this can help that model. The concern I have and will have moving forward, and we're just going to need to have a really open conversation about this, is our Title X services provided by our public health department. And maybe you're addressing that later in the thing, but I wanted to give some context for why I'm asking those questions.
Totally. And actually, ironically, we're meeting with Tim after this to kind of dig more into it. I think to be very transparent, I think there's a lot we've been doing and you'll kind of learn more about it. But really, I feel like we're at kind of a place where, so our board would need to approve for us to move in. And one of the biggest lenses our board looks through is if it can be financially sustainable. And so at the end of the day, we need our board's approval to come in. We need to do our due diligence and figure out that it's viable and create those community relationships, do everything. So that is definitely something we'll need to work through. And you'll kind of see where we're kind of landing right now, just knowing that. But then also we need the community to want to utilize it. Because I feel like there is a difference, I say this respectfully, but difference of people saying, it'd be great to have these services, but are they actually going to utilize these services? And I think we need to kind of also figure out what will the true utilization be versus just like it would be great to have. And so I think those are just some of the realistic conversations we're having with Wes, the superintendent, Maria, the principal for the high school, middle school, our community advisory council that we'll share a little bit about. Because there's a lot of moving parts here and we want to make sure at the end of the day, it's really important for us if we were to start any sort of school-based services, we want to make sure that we never have to leave, that we want it to be something where it's like, we're coming and we're going to stay and invest in this community. We just need to make sure that it's a mutually interested project, essentially.
So my concern is that the community worked really hard to get our public health center.
Okay.
And the public health center is, 5 minutes from the elementary school,
Right.
probably 10 minutes from the high school. So we're a small community and it doesn't, I don't know that our community could support two health centers. Everything you said sounds great, but I certainly don't want to undermine our public health center.
Completely. And I think that's honestly one of the big reasons we are meeting with Tim is we really want to understand the need that he's seeing. Where is there a gap? If that gap's big enough for us to actually fill the gap? Or is that gap something that they're already working on to fill, just kind of really understand that picture. We've been having a lot of communications or discussions in the community. We have a community advisory council that's made up of parents and teachers and other school staff. That's kind of helping guide, but then we've also met with Mitch with the school foundation and then Henderson Mine.
We're meeting also with Resilience 1220, Jeffco Mental Health.
Yep. We have met
and
Jeffco Mental Health.
We have, and then we're still meeting with, or we'll be planning a meeting with the Mountain Youth Foundation or
Mountain Youth Network.
Mountain
Yes.
Youth Network. Exactly. Yes.
So right now we're definitely in this like researching phase.
That's great. And I think these concerns are legitimate, like
Totally.
to see if it can work. It sounds like they're shared and that we can have an open conversation about them and do what's best for people.
And honestly, that's why we wanted to come here today is because we want your true, honest feedback for this. We don't want it to be we're all supportive and then we open and we're like, not a single person touches it because that need actually wasn't there. We really want it to be truly, is this going to fill the need and the gap?
I won't ask you now if you're going to speak more about your behavioral health services later in the presentation.
We can dig, well, you ask your question now, because
Yeah.
we're gonna talk more about what we've been doing with planning wise.
Okay.
Yes.
If there's a service on here that has, that barriers really impact utilization, it's behavioral health, right? That's at the top of the list.
Mhm.
When people are ready for behavioral health services, they're ready.
Mhm.
And even a couple hours can go by and then they may not be ready for another 6 months or
Totally.
realize they're ready for another 6
Yeah.
months. I see here that in Lake County, are you doing behavioral health only? Is that?
Yeah, we're doing behavioral health, and then we also have our dental hygienist who goes there on 1 day a week at the elementary and at the intermediate school. So that was a typo on my part. I should have added dental
So
there as well.
at Lake County High School, there's all 3 service lines. It's
Mhm.
just at the intermediate and elementary school, that's just that behavioral health and dental.
That's what those acronyms stand for. Okay. got it.
Yeah, sorry.
Um,
Yeah,
okay.
those are their school acronyms.
They
They're
are.
technical.
And then same in Summit County, like I said, we have 3 elementary schools that have all 3 service lines, but then we also have 3 other elementary schools that are just getting behavioral health, depending on our provider availability. And this year was really exciting that we were fully staffed and we were able to get a behavioral health provider at least 1 day a week at those additional 3 elementary schools. That's our biggest need.
Good question. Are you religious based?
No,
Okay, so you have no problem with birth control?
no, we also have the Title X grant and we provide confidential family planning services in the schools. We need, as a school-based health center, we need parent consent for them to be seen within the school-based health center realm.
Mhm.
After that has been received, a student could choose to come to us for self-consenting services. But
Sure.
parents don't have to sign that registration.
Right. And those self-consenting services, of course, are per Colorado state law. So
Yeah.
And if it's viable, and we're all just gonna look at the numbers and I'll make the decision on that, but if it's viable, it's certainly better to have as many points of contact as possible, right? For
Right.
services and behavioral health, family planning, anything
Yeah.
else, actually.
And I think one of the most eye-opening and useful conversations we've had so far was Jefferson Mental Health. Jeffco Mental Health is just really learning the landscape and the services they are providing in the school. And just kind of their provider capacity. I mean, honestly, they're doing awesome things and it really, anything that we would do, we'd want to make sure we complement their services, not take away, because they're doing awesome work with already trusted relationships within the schools. I feel like from what we've heard is that they are busy with the hours they have there, but they're not necessarily past capacity either. Which was actually just kind of interesting and useful to learn to help us figure out what services should be prioritized to start. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions before we kind of dig into what we have been doing?
The only question that I have is like building trust. So when you're bringing in a whole new organization and trying to get people to, like the physicals is a way that you can get a kid into a facility that might provide other types of programs and stuff. And I'm wondering if they go to you for a physical or if they go, it's kind of like bits and pieces, but it's not, I feel like, something that to get them to understand what else is offered somewhere else, it might take away from that. Or that stability, the consistency. And so I think of like my kids and if they got a physical, they may not go to the doctor for their yearly annual, and so things might be missed. And I think that's what the other things too. So like the dental work, is that something every 6 months or is it just as needed?
it would be every 6 months. So we would get that list of consents from parents and then we have a dental scheduler. They call and we do our appointments. That appointment scheduling is more on a rolling basis because if a student is busy or in a class we can't pull them, we'll go to the next person on the list. And so then, we'll be busy for maybe a few weeks or a month at the beginning of the year. Then it kind of like dwindles as people's kind of 6 months aren't always at the same time. It kind of overlaps. And then again, we'll have another big spike when that 6 months comes back around.
And I think it's worth just noting that all of our services, like sports physicals, wellness visits, immunizations, anything you'd be experiencing in primary care, Like the parent needs those sort of appointments, if it's not a confidential appointment, which would be like family planning or behavioral therapy, for certain ages and groups, is the parent is involved in the scheduling of that. So like, we're not gonna do a sports physical unless the parent asks us to do it.
Right.
Or there's that consent given. So, and
Or the kid is 18, because they can make.
that's a good question.
We do still collect parental consent for SBHC use, even if they are 18, just to be consistent with the programming. But yeah, I guess when it comes to their own consents after that, they could probably do that. It's just that initial consent to get in the door. But I will say one thing about like the sports physicals and like, will the wellness visit be missed? We do try to combine them if need be. Like, we'll check in with the parent or the insurance record to see like, oh, well, did they already get their wellness visit? If they did, then obviously we wouldn't do twice. We would just have the sports physical. But also same thing, if they are seen by a primary care provider, we wouldn't want to take that away from the primary care provider. So it'd be, again, up to the parent to be like, yes, I want the well child check and the sports physical, or nope, we already have the well child check covered. We'll just do sports physical, or whatever it may be. The parent is very much involved in all the care when it comes to primary care, unless it's, of course, that confidential.
And you talked about other family members can get some of that. What is the age requirements for that, or any?
So that's something that can be discussed essentially with the school when we do, if and when we do, create that MOU. So far in our counties right now, it's direct family members, so it's not really an age. So as long as we can say, hey, you're related to a student that attends this district, you can be seen at our school. And that's just, again, what happens to be in those MOUs, but Clear Creek would be able to determine and decide how they want to make that agreement. They can say, actually, no, we don't want parents, or no, we don't want community members, or whatever it is. Or they can say, yes, we want these people, but they can only come during these times. So all of that is kind of like customizable and open to discussion based on.
Is there a reason why they would do that or not do that if it doesn't cost them any money?
School security. I think that's the biggest concern, is having adults come in that, or maybe they're associated, but they still don't know who that adult is, to come into that school building during the school hours. One idea that's been thrown around, of course, we need to dig into all of it, was with this school district being a 4-day school week, is that maybe we could be like, have one day during the school week and then have another day on Fridays, where that could be open to a broader community. That was one idea that's been tossed around.
Another one is whether we move our hours a little bit later in the day. And so half of the hours are for students. And then after like 5 PM, it's like for more community members or something like that.
So would you have like a dedicated area at each of the schools then?
Again, open to discussion with the school district. Right now, we are really looking at making it as viable as possible in terms of student population and potential visit utilization. And so we would want to be in a place that has probably the highest student population. And right now, we've been looking at the high school, middle school as an option. But that's also not to say that, hey, there's a need at an elementary school for a behavioral health provider. Those are super easy. We just need a room. They can have their supplies in a bin or something. They're a lot more mobile. So they are able to go to another school if that's a request.
For primary care services, so if you think of behavioral health, they're seen, they could be seen every week or every 2 weeks. So it's really, you only need like 30 to 40 students for like a 1 to 2 day week. Provider hours to fill them, but primary care, you need a lot more because you're not seeing your primary care provider every other week. At least most people aren't. And so really you do need the school site with the most need, or I guess the most patient volume. Those are definitely things we're considering and really digging through and looking at. No actual decisions have been made yet. We're still definitely in the exploring.
Okay, you do know like the graduating class is about 30 students?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And we do, actually, this was a great thing that was brought up, is we have sites that are comparable in student population. And so we're like sharing those numbers and comparing those kind of volumes. One location as such is Upper Blue Elementary up in Breckenridge. And then we're also looking at our visit numbers in Park and Leadville, since they're more rural. Not that Summit isn't rural, but because we have such a high population and or higher population, I guess, in so many schools in Summit versus in Lake and Park, we only have the 3 schools or the 1 school in Park. So those are more comparable populations as well.
Yeah. I feel like we've already talked a lot about this, so we'll kind of slide through these.
Yeah.
Kind of where this even just got started, just so you kind of know the roots, is actually myself and our CEO, Josh Cogdill, we met with George. Probably about a year ago now, I would estimate maybe. Yeah, so it was last summer, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, around a year, and we just kind of learned the landscape of Clear Creek County and just like what are the healthcare services right now, where are their gaps, and kind of through that learning about school-based health centers, he introduced us to Jessica North, who is the school board president. And at that time, Wes was, I don't even know if he was hired yet or he was like just hired but hadn't started yet. There was something that we actually had to like wait a couple weeks for him to start and start chatting. But we talked to Wes and Jessica and had just a great discussion about school-based health centers and just the interest there. And then we ended up speaking at a school board meeting, and the school board unanimously approved like at least us starting a survey and just like kind of looking into the planning part, like where they approved us exploring this idea essentially. And so we launched a staff and parent survey. And so I'll go to the next slide. These are just a few highlights from it. And of course, so we had about 66 families respond to the parent survey. I don't know how many students were included in those 66 families. So I know it's not inclusive of everyone, but still was at least a good snapshot. About 89% of the families travel outside of the county for care. Through our community advisory council, we learned like a lot of people are just going to Evergreen, which is not really like that much further. So although it's outside of the county, it's not like a driving all the way down to Littleton or, it's not the same disconnect. Of the parents, about almost 34% of parents have delayed primary care for the children. About 37% have delayed behavioral health, with a lot of the reasons being like transportation costs or like lack of appointments. And then 91% of parents were supportive of us establishing a school-based health center in Clear Creek. When you look at the teacher, we asked different questions of the staff. But so of the staff, though, 94% believed SBHC would benefit their staff. And we all know that attendance and absentee rates is something that all school districts are really caring about these days. And so nearly half of teachers reported students missing 2 to 4 days per semester for medical appointments. And a little more than half of the staff felt like students often experience barriers to care, or especially for dental services. So, and that is kind of one thing we've been actually through the group where through our community advisory council was actually establishing that primary care and dental services are actually maybe more of a need. But since there are the Jeffco mental health services provided within schools. So just kind of some interesting stuff that we've been learning. For the next slide, so I've alluded to this bunch, our community advisory council. We created a council that's made up of students, I'm sorry, not students, parents, staff members, school leadership, just to kind of start the discussion of a school-based health center. What would it look like? What are the things we should be considering? Who should we be talking to? Just kind of getting that out. We've had 3 meetings so far. Here in the next month or so, we're hoping to actually take a field trip up to some of our other school-based health center sites just to give a more visual perspective of what it looks like inside of a school. And so then there's a lot of things like we should have organized this slide differently. And we've already talked about this, but one of the big things that we're considering is the utilization. Will it actually be utilized? And what would that utilization actually look like? As we noted earlier, school-based health centers are fully funded by Elevate Community Health. We receive patient revenue from insurance, but also about half of our revenue is through grant dollars. So that's actually more like my realm. It is grant funding. And so, it's like, well, can we get funding to help support this? And then just the true logistics, are we trying to find one primary care provider who can be there 1 day a week? Or are we trying to provide a behavioral health provider who can be at all schools or just one school? Just there's all those logistics to it. And then I guess just because of I feel like all your questions are so valid, and these are questions we've all been kind of debating. And so one of our current ideas, again, nothing is in stone. And this was kind of birthed out of discussions with school leadership, was doing It's kind of essentially a pilot year and doing just a little bit of like sprinkle services. Possibly sports physicals at the start of each winter season, or I'm sorry, sports season. Showing up for like those 6-month dental cleanings and screenings for families who want it. Doing telehealth visits to a primary care provider. We're exploring a lot of ideas. Nothing's in stone yet. But that's kind of where we're landing right now. Is like, well, maybe we could do some pilot initiatives and just see what the feedback and utilization is of those.
And the reason for that, again, is really just because we want to make sure if we're starting something here, we want to be committed to the community and we don't want to have to pull out due to not being sustainable financially. And as Sarah mentioned, grants are something that covers it mostly, and that's what kind of helps support us, because if a provider is only seeing 2 patients a day, obviously we can't make enough insurance revenue on that. So we would need that grant coverage to help support that time in operations. So we really just want to do our due diligence, make sure we can be here and support the community and fill the gaps that they need, rather than having to pull back if our services aren't utilized.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And so
yeah.
next slide.
Next slide, please. So yeah, that's why we're here. We kind of wanted to see if you guys had any thoughts or ideas in terms of pilot year, what your thoughts, and we kind of did talk about questions about opening the SVC here in the district. But also we wanted to talk about what community needs you see as most important, or any other areas that we might be able to support just in general. Like, are there any gaps that Elevated Community Health, again, a federally qualified health center, so we're not, just based on insurance revenue. We're here to help anyone regardless of their ability to pay. I think that's the key piece. So, any other thoughts or questions or suggestions, or this is our discussion part?
A question that I have about grants is, obviously in today's climate, we're worried about, losing funding. How secure are these grants, or where are they coming from?
So, I mean, honestly, across our organization, we probably are managing around 50 grants at a time. And so each one is different. The biggest grant that supports school-based health centers is from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. So CDPHE, they have a 5-year cycle grant that's for school-based health centers. And we've been a recipient of this grant this is at least our 3rd 5-year cycle. We might have had it before that. I don't actually know, but, and the new application for the new 5-year cycle will be later this year. So that is a grant that can definitely help support, ongoing expenses, and it's been pretty stable. Honestly, we haven't really seen the impacts. Most of the funding from it is state funded with a little bit of federal dollars in it. It's the one catch to that grant, which could make it challenging here, is they are looking for sites that have all 3 service lines, and they have minimum hour requirements. So they want at least 16 hours of primary care a week. And so then, like, for us, as just a clean slate, we're kind of like, well, what's the need? Is the need only 1 day a week? Is it only 5 hours a week? But to get that grant funding, there'd be that minimum hour requirement. So that's something that's kind of on our end of where the pilot year would be super helpful for us, just to see like, okay, well, can we actually realistically add this site to that grant and meet those requirements? Or is that something that we shouldn't look into?
And one other thing to consider on your part is that we have such a small school that kids who need physicals for track will be the same kids who can physical for ski team, for cross country.
Right. It's not going to be an overwhelming.
Yeah, it's not like, if you add up the number of kids on different sports teams and get a number, it's like you have to look at the overlap.
Totally.
And one thing that CDPHE is exploring this year is doing adding a school linked care model to their grant, and that wouldn't have those same requirements of 16 hours of primary care, 10 hours of BH, and so BH behavioral health. And so, yeah, I think that gives us a little bit of flexibility with our grants, and funding if we can get that school linked care. And that's more of a mix and match model. So our funding would be in proportion to services provided. So if we're providing one service or two services or all three, and then whether they're on site or if it's via telehealth or some other form. So that is something we are learning more about from CDPHE as they're kind of finalizing those requirements. And something that we're, of course, looking into applying to.
Elephant in the room, right? How does the Trump administration orientation towards Title X and things that are good for humans, that's my own color commentary, affect your business model? And we started this conversation before HR1
Sure.
passed.
Right.
How has your worldview changed? How is like?
So it's actually kind of interesting. We have received less funding in some grants, but ironically, that's like Title X funding, we got more this year than last year. So, which we did not anticipate. So the whole Title X thing was a whirlwind for them. Like they got like a week to put in their application to the feds. And I mean, it was a whirlwind. But ironically and interestingly, we got more than even last year. So that's been interesting. The great thing about a federally qualified health center, so we do get so our budget's about 17 million annually as an organization. And we get right now about 1.8 from the federal government because we're a federally qualified health center. And that amount has not changed. Really, where we're seeing little impacts from the administration is more around like just certain wording or how we do certain services. Like we can't say we provide DEI services, or like we can't call out those things in our work, where there's little things like that where it's like, at the end of the day, it's not changing who we are or what we're doing. It's just, we can't have that be like one of our guiding principles, for example.
Like on paper.
Yeah.
Fairness. It's called fairness.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're not really changing. Funding has been it's been a whiplash situation. A lot of days are like, oh my gosh, this crazy thing's gonna happen. Then the next day you're like, oh, it's not happening at all. But right now I feel like the biggest impact is there's a lot more organizations going out for grants. Because I think there's a lot more people who are losing health insurance. And so then that of course impacts us. But fortunately or unfortunately, the silver lining is we've always had a very high uninsured rate in comparison to other organizations. We have about 50% of our patients are uninsured, while the typical federally qualified health center rate in the state is around like 20%. So we've already been like, it's not a good thing, but we've already learned how to survive in that environment. So, and we do survive in that environment. So it's just kind of interesting.
That is interesting. It's an environment that's coming to us, unfortunately, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, colleagues, my thoughts on this are, I would want to encourage us to try to find a way to make this work, to err on the side of being ready to take risks on behalf of increasing access to health and behavioral health services in our student population. I see big upside. Personally, I'm not on the school board, but I see big upside to student recruitment and retention. So that's my sense is at this point in the conversation. I'm very grateful that you all have put in the energy you have thus far, and that we should be in a mode of seeing how, once we have a real strong sense of the numbers, how we can innovate with the goal of having the highest level of services and the lowest barriers of services everywhere in the community. And we'll see where the numbers land, just like you will. But I hope that would be our sort of orientation towards a proposal like this at the outset.
I think too, also working with our public health and the collaboration that like I was just asked to be an ambassador for healthcare for, to figure out how we can provide healthcare to more people. So, obviously that is an important thing to add to something and not take away from something. We always want to make sure that what is working, we don't hurt that and harm that. And so that's my position on it.
Absolutely. And we do work closely with our public health department in Summit and Lake and Park as well. So I think that there's very good room for collaboration there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would just be my main concern is I don't want to undermine public health center.
Completely. Kind of one question, if we have like, I know we're a little over, do we need to wrap up? Or can I ask one quick question?
You may ask one.
Okay, one quick question I have, I mean, you guys are obviously, this is your home, this is where you've built your communities, this is your county. One thing that we have definitely just learned and experienced, which I feel is very valid, is we're an outsider coming in. Even though we have sincere intentions, there's a lot of, I think just one of the reasons we also come on Slow Down is just also to build trust in the community. And make sure that people aren't, again, thinking that we're just like, you don't even know, or we haven't heard that per se, but still just, I think there's a lot more questions about it than trust established yet. And I'm just curious from your guys' perspective, other than meeting with community partners, getting out there and having conversations, is there anything else you would recommend of just building that community trust and kind of helping ourselves be a welcomed organization within this community?
I just think working with what we have, and that's a big thing is those entities are building trust as well. And, like back when I was a kid, there was one doctor in town that I knew of and everybody went there. We went there for sports physicals.
Yeah.
It was right across the street from our school. And when that no longer happened, it kind of like everything splintered off and broke apart. And
Interesting.
and he was a place that you could go if you didn't have the financial means. I don't know if it was somebody that didn't have money at all could go there, but I know that there was some significant discounts that he provided and he built trust in the community, and then nobody trusted him at all. And it just completely fell apart. And I don't know that we've had anything since. But my kids are all grown too, so I don't know what that looks like in our community. But for my kids growing up, we didn't have a lot. Everybody was just kind of all over the place. And thinking about sports physicals, that's a way to get kids in the door.
Yep.
So
So I grew up in Bailey, and Clear Creek was our rival. Forgive me, everybody, I can't ran track of your guys' track every week for our Wednesday meets. But so something just kind of interesting where I grew up is people who wanted to live there knew it was rural and kind of accepted that as rural. And so like my doctor's office was in Conifer, and but that was like, that's normal and okay for us. And so I am just kind of curious of your culture here, the people, those who live here, are they kind of here because they want to be rural and they're okay driving for those services, or is there a big gap of people wanting those services here?
A few things on my mind. Access to transportation is getting harder, not easier. On this side of the county in particular,
Okay.
It's not always a viable choice to take the time and spend the money to get out of community, and people go without pretty frequently.
Sure.
That's my experience growing up in this community. And there's definitely a culture of we can tough this out. And I think that culture is changing as far as like, well, what if we did have nice things?
I see.
I hope it is. I think the way you're showing up is admirable. I don't really have any notes as far as being really upfront about like, we want to see if we can make this work in the long run, because we're not going to try to make false promises. I think that's really
Yeah.
important because the community has seen that.
Sure.
And we're smart, right? And we know when people are genuine and not. So I appreciate you being genuine. Believe in trust but verify. So after we met, I called my friends in the 3 counties that you currently work in, and I heard great things.
That's good.
And I think your brand and just the fact that you are a mountain-based health center. The other thing that's pretty common in this county is wanting to maintain a mountain identity as opposed to being
Totally.
attached to the metro area, even though there are a lot of economies of scale to be had with relationships down the hill. And I think leaning into that is helpful.
Yeah.
And I think to the extent you can get testimonials or whatever from folks in mountain areas talking about how nice it is to have services in mountain areas, you can go a long way.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same thing too. When people come up from Denver, and everywhere's Denver to us. Probably you growing up in Bailey, it's the same thing. Even if you're going to Arvada, you're going to Golden,
Yeah.
it's just all Denver to us.
Mhm.
And so there's that fine line. Once you get past Evergreen, you do get the sales pitches of, but a lot of mountain people don't listen to that as much. It's just like, we're mountain people.
Yeah, so you don't actually understand it up here. We we'll even get staff who want to come up and you're like, I don't know if you get it. Hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one point. I represent the east end of the county in Evergreen. And our elementary school, our Clear Creek Elementary School, is just down the road from the local pediatrician. So
In Evergreen, yeah.
yeah, so I wouldn't factor in the 100 or so kids at King Murphy in your student count.
Completely. Yes,
I think she's spot on.
I would agree with
And
that.
that's good to know.
We've kind of heard similar things also from our community advisory council.
Yeah.
Specific there. And I know there's a pediatric dentist also in Evergreen. So that's one thing our dental director has also kind of brought up of like, are people not utilizing that, or where's the barriers to using that source? Because you actually have a pediatric dentist that's really close to you in some ways. So either way, questions to ask others, but yeah. Thanks for letting us go over.
Yes,
We really
thanks for
appreciate
having
it.
me.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. And feel free to reach out
Yes.
if you have any questions or thoughts or follow up.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Is the Jefferson Center for Mental Health online?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move into a Zoom work session with the Jefferson Center for Mental Health.
I think you're looking for Sarah Alquist
And Kara?
and Kara.
Got it. They're both joining now. There's Sarah and Kara. Hi, guys. Can you hear us? Awesome.
I can hear you fine. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, let me turn it up a little bit.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you.
And I do have Kara on as well.
Yes, and I can hear everybody as well.
Love it.
Well, commissioners, happy to have you kick us off here. Before we dive in, we prepared a small presentation, but happy to follow your lead, commissioners.
Do you guys want to share the presentation or do you want me to run it for you?
I would love for you to run it for us. How's that?
And maybe, Mr. Chair, I can preface this presentation just briefly. Sarah Alquist is do we still get to call you Neil?
I think so.
She's been almost a year with the Jefferson Center for Mental Health. You know Kara Campbell. Kara Campbell is our mountain coordinator of mountain services, and very responsive to our needs up here and participates in a lot of our collaborations. I asked you, colleagues, if you wanted to hear from the Jefferson Center because we're in the midst of a pretty wholesale redo of our strategic priority. That is, I think, due to two things. One, we have a CEO that is bringing fresh eyes and
Okay, so you're saying we because you're on their board?
yes,
Thank you.
I am your appointee to the Jefferson Center Board. So yes, I'm saying we. Sarah is bringing new observations to a new environment, and that's the other reason we're revising our strategic goals. Changes at the state and federal level have made us have to reevaluate the way we do business at the Jefferson Center in a pretty wholesale way, I think. Obviously, we are still going to center behavioral health, but our strategic priorities might shift. I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of what's going on at the Jefferson Center for Mental Health and able to inform me as your representative about, what the Jefferson Center for Mental Health ought to be. So thank you both for taking the time, and that's my intro to this.
Lovely. Thank you, Commissioner Marlin. And Commissioners, great to see you. Next time it will hopefully be in person and not
amidst a May snowstorm warning. Kara and I will just walk you through a few elements to orient around the Jefferson Center. As Commissioner Marlin alluded to, I have held this role now, been fortunate to hold this role now for almost a year. It has been a wonderful journey coming in to 600 dedicated employees who for nearly 70 years have been working so hard in our communities. Let's walk through a little bit, however, just by way of our organization and level set there. We'll also walk through a little bit around the current landscape and, as Commissioner Marlin mentioned, some of the strategic priorities. So you can advance to slide 3, I believe. Thank you. Perfect. All right. So by way of our organization, always guided by our North Star. So we have always held a vision in which communities can receive mental health when and where they need that. So everything that we do is centered around our mission, our vision, and our values. And importantly enough, even in times of great change, this is the thing that will keep us grounded in our service to community. I'll have you advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. So a little bit about our organization. I mentioned earlier, we have around 600 caring experts across all of Colorado that are serving our communities. We've been in the community over nearing 69 years. We're getting ready for our 69th anniversary here. And it is truly the full continuum of care. I think most are familiar, but the designation that we have in the community was a community mental health center. In Colorado, that evolved to something called a CSNP. So now that is a designation of a community safety net provider. So one of the unique things that we have within our organization is a mission to serve all that present, meaning those that are uninsured, those that are underinsured, those that are Medicaid recipients, those that have private insurance, and those that are private pay. Anyone that shows up to our doors or calls our phone line, we are required to engage and provide services. And that is a true honor of ours in the community. It also presents some challenges, which we'll discuss here in a moment. And another unique proposition that we offer is, again, a full continuum of care. And for those that aren't necessarily familiar with what that might mean, that means everything from outpatient services 1 day a week, maybe dealing with less acute symptomology, maybe depression, anxiety, trouble adjusting due to a family event, an event within the community, all the way to those that are designated as severely and persistently mentally ill and need ongoing maintenance, treatment, and care, all the way through the spectrum. So we're honored to have so many expert providers, clinicians, prescribers, nurse practitioners that serve our community. One other element before we move forward here is really our last bullet. That designation shift that I mentioned from a community mental health center to a CSNP designation. When we were a community mental health center, we had what is called a catchment area. So Jefferson, Clear Creek, and Gilpin were the areas in which if you were a Medicaid recipient, you could only come to us as the designated provider to receive services. That has changed. And it's an important distinction in that now anyone that has Medicaid can go anywhere that is a Medicaid in-network provider. That has pretty drastically changed our landscape, and I'll share a little bit behind the curtain of why that is in just a moment. Let's advance to the next slide here. This is just a snapshot. It's a really great visual for you to see as I was talking about the continuum of care. We are offering crisis services at one of our walk-in centers. That means a crisis by your own definition. You can walk in, state what it is that you are experiencing at that moment, and we'll triage and help to provide relief and resolution in that moment. The same is true with that same building or withdrawal management. So if someone might be under the influence of a substance, alcohol, etc., they can come in and experience social detox at our facility, and we can help them along their journey. It's also therapy. It's youth residential recovery services. That is quite a unique service. I'll point out what it looks like, the icon number 3 here. We are one of the only providers in the entire state of Colorado that is providing something called youth recovery, residential recovery. This is for, as the name invokes, youth under the age of 18 that come to us for care and treatment in an inpatient residential setting for about 15 to 30 days as they stabilize and proceed to the next level of care. This is a highly needed service. We are honored to have been operating this program for almost a year. I think we're maybe at 8 or 9 months. And we have the capacity to serve 15 youth at any given time. This has been highly valued by our county partners, our payer partners, and families in the community in which there really was nowhere to go for this level of care. Also, if I just move to the right here, housing services.
Sorry.
Oh, you're okay. You're just fine. I asked you to navigate, so I will all the grace in the world. So thank you. Housing services is something we're really proud to offer. Matter of fact, we opened a housing facility about 2 years ago now. We're reaching our 2-year mark. And that is housing for those that are experiencing severe and persistent mental illness. It's a place in which they can live at the facility. They have their own rent agreement. They have their own space, either a 1 or a 2-bedroom apartment, and they receive supportive therapeutic services on site. So that is a 40-unit facility. It has been full since nearly the inception of that. So incredibly proud of the work the team is doing there. Also unique, and I'll point this out just because it is a service that is sometimes hard to gain access to, medication management, i.e. Any kind of medication from something run-of-the-mill. I don't know if diabetes is run-of-the-mill. I'll say diabetes is run-of-the-mill today, all the way into injections that are needed in order for a person to maintain recovery throughout their journey here. Really important service, and we are one of the few providers that is able to offer both pharmacy and medication management. Let's move forward here, and of course, commissioners, feel free to stop me at any moment that you'd like, but we can always go backwards. Moving forward here, let's dive into a little bit of our strategic planning. And so we'll advance here. These are our stated strategic goals as of this very moment in time. These are the goals that our team works tirelessly towards in order to, frankly, expand access into our community. So our goal number 1 is to ensure that essential mental health services are accessible and utilized by those in our community. Goal number 2 is engaging our workforce. Obviously, our workforce is incredibly important to us. Matter of fact, 70% of our spend goes into hiring and retaining staff. That's because they are the main drivers of the service that we provide. It is real people providing that service. The third is to expand capacity for our high acuity psychiatric and SUD, substance use disorder, treatment needs. And the fourth is, of course, offering accessible services through what we have determined as a new subsidiary. So I'll talk about that for just one moment more. As of January of 2026, we launched a wholly owned for-profit subsidiary. The name of that organization is Rooted Behavioral Health. And the goal of that was really to expand our reach under a new brand into our self-pay and commercial population, and really using it as a vehicle in which we could put services that the community needs and wants that maybe don't follow right under that designation of our CSNP license. So right now, that is open to the community for those that are self-pay, and we're primarily leveraging a couple of services, traditional therapy, so talk therapy that you might imagine, and the second of which is psychological testing for youth. Those are 2 services in which we've had pretty high demand in Jefferson Center, but we needed a new vehicle in which to offer those services and expand our reach. Now, let's pivot here and talk a little bit about how we are rethinking some of these goals. So we'll move to the next slide. And I want to paint a picture about everything that is happening as I affectionately call it, outside the doors of Jefferson Center. So in our community, in our state, and actually in the federal level. So I mentioned the designation from Community Mental Health Center to a CSNP. Now, that was a really important decision that the state had made. And partly why the state had made that decision is there was a push to increase access. So they opened the network of providers that could come in. They said no more boundaries, no more assignment of individuals going to a designated provider. We are going to have an open network, and any willing provider can come into the network, go through the process, become a Medicaid provider, and then offer services into the community. Now, how that has impacted us is, as we have seen the number of providers in the state go up, the number of actual clients that come to us have gone down significantly. So these disruptors have really started to force a competition, and it has in fact oversaturated the market. So for us, density is important. For us to be at full capacity at all times, being able to match the community need with the practitioners that we have is really important for our business model. Why that's important for our business model is we see at any given day between 50 and 65% of Medicaid recipients. It's really important for us that we have a good payer mix, so a good mix of payer types in those clients that present to us. And when we're driving down those that are coming to us, it disrupts that equilibrium there. Another thing I'll mention by way of the provider disruptors, they are traditionally private equity backed or venture capital backed, and they have a lot of money to influx into their technology. So think about when you see an ad for therapy services that is easy and it's on an app and you can choose a provider and have an assessment within moments. Those are not investments that we as a traditional community mental health center have been able to make in our organization. We do not have private equity backing. We are nonprofit status. And the dollars that are made by way of margin, which have not been any of late, are always reinvested back into our people, our facilities, and our technology. So there's just some forces there that really change the landscape. There's also something that has shifted by way of Medicaid reimbursement. So about a year ago, the state switched to something called the Prospective Payment System, or PPS for short. Prior to this, we were in a sub-capitated payment model. And all that really means is we had stability in knowing what we would be reimbursed and about the number of people we would see, and thus knowing the number of staff that we would need to maintain that. When we went to the PPS model, unfortunately, the state did not adopt a traditional federal PPS model. They made some tweaks or some modifications that were Colorado specific. And as we have been in this model, we have found that those tweaks or Colorado specific nuances that were deployed have actually created a lot of instability into our financial picture. Meaning we set a rate that we believe is true and correct. There is a reconciliation, and there is no upside or downside risk protectors. And what that means is they might do a reconciliation to what they think our costs were compared to what we were paid. And we could be exposed $1 million, $5 million, $15 million in paybacks. And those paybacks would be due 60 days after discovery. So that has created a lot of instability by way of our financial picture. And I will note the last 3 years, we have experienced significant losses to the tune of $6 million, $9 million, $13 million. I think it's pretty clear to see that if you have an operating revenue of around 90 million, that is not a sustainable path. And we are using our voice to share some of these concerns at the state level. I'll mention just two other items by way of current state, and then we'll move to looking ahead. And Commissioner Marlin will appreciate this. We have been doing a lot of work as a board. It's really important in my mind and those of others to really understand what the strategic problem is before we can ever start to solve for that. So hence why I'm spending an inordinate amount of time here. There are other changes within the state government that we have been alongside for. Number one, there was the creation of the Behavioral Health Administration. That is a new state entity that is really a regulatory body specific for behavioral health, and that sits alongside the Medicaid entity. Now, by way of the intention of that, it was really to heighten the intention of behavioral health. But what also came with that was the creation of two things, which is number one, the BHASOs or the BHASOs. That is, as the name indicates, think a payer, think an MCO, but it was for specifically the management of behavioral health funds in the indigent category. So state general funds, federal dollars that flow through SAMHSA into the state. So anyone that was not covered by Medicaid, those funds are now managed by the PASO. So that was a new entrance. We've only been under that contract for about 10 months now, and there's still some things that are being worked out on that. Now, I'll pause there just in case there are questions fresh of mine, and commissioners, forgive me if you'd rather save that till the end, but I'm happy to answer questions around current state if you would like to.
When you said that the funding, when it's not covered by Medicaid, it's covered by what else?
So think of it in these two buckets. Medicaid, in which we're reimbursed our PPS rate for every encounter or every time that we see that individual. And then there is what I call the indigent bucket, which it's not Sarah's term, it's a state term. And all that means is this individual does not have a payer source, no insurance at all, no way to collect on that. Those, think of them more like subsidies that the state may say to us, all right, JCMH, for this program, we will give you X dollars. When those dollars are depleted because you've seen so many people, they won't be necessarily replenished. So that is the way to offset the requirement that we're under, in which we must serve all, regardless of the ability to pay.
Jody, do you remember the Colorado Indigent Care Program?
Mm.
Okay, it's just what she just said, and you know what indigent means. It means you're unable to pay. Like
Right.
my family.
I mean, that's the first time I've heard of it
Okay.
here.
My family didn't quite qualify for Medicaid, but we couldn't quite afford healthcare, and so we were in this. It just helps a little bit. So.
So if you, as people lose their health insurance, but there's not the funding for the Medicaid, is there a point where there's too many people that are in this in between?
Yes. And that is a real threat to not just our business model, but our licensure designation and the requirement to serve all. So think of it this way. I have heard statistics from other like organizations in which we believe about 20% of those that are currently receiving Medicaid will drop to the indigent bucket. And there are no increased funds from state general funds or otherwise to offset that. And it will be the expectation that we simply absorb that cost. And as I just alluded to, we are not in a position to just absorb costs right now.
And not to go on and on about this, but you hear a lot in county land that when the state experiences a budget crisis, they push costs to us, right? And expectations and costs, and they expect our budgets to absorb them. Very, very similar situation with these community mental health centers.
Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate those thoughtful questions.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Commissioner. All right, so looking ahead, I have a lovely slide here that will talk about HR1, but let me just hit the highlights for you. Commissioner Marlin mentioned this at the top. HR1 is federal legislation that was passed in July of 2025. This will have material impacts to those who receive Medicaid benefits, meaning they receive their healthcare services vis-a-vis that type of insurance. A couple of things that I would note here. Number one, there is a cohort that will roll off eligibility automatically in October of 2026. This is called our, again, not Sarah's term, but it's called the qualified immigrant cohort that will roll off. We think that will take about 7,000 people off of eligibility within Medicaid and will drop them into the indigent bucket. Secondly, there are new work requirements coming that will come in January of 2027, meaning there will be some type of verification required that you are working or are volunteering X number of hours in order to continue to be eligible. And then the third, which I think will probably be the most impactful, also in January of 2027, there is a new requirement that requires for you to reapply for coverage every 6 months instead of 1 year. Now, if you take those elements combined, all three of those elements, we are talking around the tune of about 800,000 people across the state of Colorado that will be either impacted in a way that they'll have to do the extra exercise or they could potentially roll off. That is alarming, especially as we look at our required business model. And it's something that we are not sitting idly by, which I'll talk about our sustainability planning in just a moment. Another factor that we believe will come to fruition in light of the state budget crisis, the legislature vis-a-vis HCPF in the Joint Budget Committee has proposed nearly across the board Medicaid provider rate cut of 2%. This is in addition to what we experienced the last legislative session, in which there was a 1.6% provider rate cut. So still providing the same services to the same people, however, just getting paid less for those. And I'll also note that Medicaid rates are not exactly handsome rates, and so that is very detrimental to us. If I move here quickly to our preparation for this, Commissioner Marlin mentioned we as an organization are very committed to sustaining ourselves as an organization, being here another 68 years for our community. So we are doing continued staff assessments to make sure that we can continue to meet the needs of the community. We are doing everything we can to streamline our operations. So with very limited resources, we are looking at ways that we can be more efficient. We are looking at ways in which to access our intakes, to use technology. We are hopeful that we'll be able to leverage some of the Rural Health Transformation Project funds as those come into fruition. And I mentioned before, diversification is really important to us as an organization, hence the launch of our wholly owned for-profit subsidiary, hoping to grow that business to where it can essentially come back and support those indigent services that we're providing at the JCMH side of house.
Colleagues, just really quickly, that last one, Rooted, I think that it's crucial to the business model, because when community mental health centers take too many patients like me who can afford to pay, who are self-pay, it can actually impact how much they get reimbursed. And so creating this subsidiary is how we can grow and try to meet the need of people who are able to pay without impacting what we get for serving people who have public payers. So it's really important.
So that's better, you're saying?
It's better. I mean, it's a really important innovation, and one that I'm hoping sticks as far as our strategic direction moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Great. I would love to pass it to my colleague, Kara, because she is really our expert by way of all things mountain communities and especially Clear Creek. We can advance to our commitment here, and I'll pass. Forgive me. Let me address this really quickly. This is your reference slide. This is not my slide. This is taken directly from HCPF, and you can see the estimations that I just referenced earlier. So this is really just information for you all to have backup pocket if there are questions around impact of HR1. All right. That said, let's talk a little bit about our engagement in Clear Creek. We have had a long-standing engagement, and Kara will talk you through all of that, especially with our schools. We just actually, as a team, celebrated 30 years of engagement with one of our schools in the county, which is wonderful to have such a long-standing relationship. But I'll pass it to Kara to say more.
Thank you, Sarah. Hello, commissioners, community partners. Happy to be here. Apologies, it's not in person next time, like Sarah said. This first slide is a little bit of an overview of what is available to Clear Creek County residents. The services that are available in person in the county are individual and family therapy, behavioral health services, case management, substance use treatment, including a mobile mat, which is now located on the second floor of the Health and Wellness Center, and peer services. And we also have the local crisis clinician as well. Looking over the last 2 quarters, we pulled some data, and well, on average, we serve about 100 residents in Clear Creek, and that includes people who live in Clear Creek and who connect with a provider somewhere within all of our sites. 350 services a month, all ages, all payers, and the average wait time is 8 days to get into services, and sometimes they are offered an earlier appointment if they want a virtual appointment, but sometimes they say, you know what, I would rather wait and meet with somebody in person, and yeah, that averages out to about 8 days. Oh, thank you. Here's a picture of the entrance to our Evergreen site. But to talk directly about Clear Creek, people can access services either virtual or in person. Post-COVID, we had a ton connecting virtual, but we're started seeing a trickle of folks coming back to in-person, which has been really nice. We have staff embedded at the Clear Creek Health and Wellness Center. We have 2 offices on the second floor, and we have our local crisis clinician there, our mobile mat team. We have an outpatient therapist who also provides substance use services there. We are in both King Murphy and Carlson Elementary. We have 2 therapists, one at King Murphy, one at Carlson. They both provide 20 hours of services there each week, and they are both serving approximately 18 clients right now. And at the middle high school, which, yes, we are celebrating 30 years, Debbie Corriero, who a lot of you probably know, she started the program 30 years ago and then took us a little break in the middle and is back. So I'm really excited to have her there, celebrating that 30 years. And she sees about 30 clients, and that really works out. We've found a sweet spot these last couple years where our caseloads are full and we haven't had to go to a wait list. We've been able to, with natural attrition with the caseload, as clients are coming in, others are successfully discharging. And so, proud to say we are moving to a new model of care that's going to save the school district quite a bit of money. We're moving towards an insurance model of reimbursement instead of a school-based drawing money from the school district. So more to come on that. It's new, so we're working that out now. Also at primary care, and we have the JBBS program that is in the jail. So we have 2 therapists down there working with folks who are incarcerated. All right, When Care Connects. All right, there's some of the lovely faces. We have an amazing team of folks who work up in the mountains. Most of them live up here, so we know what's going on. We know that each community is very different, and we have, so some of you might recognize Deanna. She's the second to the left. She works at the Health and Wellness Center, and she does integrated care with the Common Spirit team. And if you're looking at our whole team, you can see there's a number of people who are licensed. I think everyone but one person is licensed currently. So we have licensed professional counselors. The nurse, we have connects with folks at the jail to provide medication management services. And yes, we have some licensed addictions counselors. The stability mark is pretty big in our field. Turnover rate is pretty high. It's a high demand job, but we have an excellent team. They are very dedicated. I am very proud to work with them. 7.5 years. Is our average tenure. I think Debbie really helps out that with her close to 30, and I've been here almost 11, proudly to say. But yeah, when we get folks on the mountain team, a lot of times they stay for a bit. I'm proud of that. And then finally, I may have one more. Yes, so here's our lovely building, and we're up on the second floor, right with public health and human services. And this is a number of the evidence-based practices that our folks specialize in providing. So whether clients need somatic work, with the body or talk therapy, we really try to match what clients need with these different evidence-based practices.
Thanks. And I'll wrap this up here to just really talk about impact. We are really proud to say that our team is making an impact, and we're really delivering outcomes. 67% of our clients that we serve feel better, report feeling better as a result of the engagement that they've had. And by way of clinical improvement, which is measured on a PHQ-9, 54% of our clients have significant clinical improvement. And I think, as you all know, either from your personal experience or experience in those in the community, when our mental wellness is attended to, we're able to function better with our families, with our community, with our employers. It is just something that the results absolutely reverberate in our community. So really proud of what Kara was just talking about and our fantastic team. Really proud of the engagement that we've had, and so thankful for this long tenure that we have had in this partnership. Commissioners, happy to entertain any questions or go wherever you would like.
Jody? No, just thank you for your work and everything. Great explanation.
Colleagues, I will just say that as you think about a couple of things, another important mission that the Jefferson Center has been to open a facility called Soteria Landing. The building has been bought. It's right at 6th and Union. When it's completed, it will concentrate a whole lot of capital assets that are, like you all heard, I assume, our previous thing. So we'll just say scattered around Denver. Because once you get past the Hogback, we're in Denver as far as we're concerned. Really 6th and Union, like really close to us. And so I think it's going to improve service levels for mountain folks in particular.
So will those other ones shut down and they'll move into that facility?
This is one of the things that I think we'll be looking at, what realistic expectations are for a timeline. And so I wanted to give you guys a heads up about that. The Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council has put in, I think you all came and asked us for $1.5 million, and we turned around and we said, we think you need more.
Correct, 2.5.
They've made an ask to Jefferson County's government. I'm not prepping you for an ask of we know our budget. I'm not prepping you an ask for county budgets. I do want to mention that oftentimes when community mental health centers have financial challenges, counties step in. Both Jefferson and Gilpin counties have made contributions to the Jefferson Center out of their general funds at least once each in the last couple of years. Again, I'm not prepping you for an ask to this board. Our financial situation is crucial, it's brutal, right? And so I think we need to find other ways to be supportive of this institution. 13 FTEs helping meet the behavioral health needs of people in Clear Creek County is nothing to sneeze at. I guess that's across the mountain area. But it's nothing to sneeze at. And as a client, like the other thing that we were just talking to another provider, and I said that we value our mountain identity, and culturally that's true. Functionally, it's really, really valuable for us to be attached to a metro area service provider because of their scale. And like my own story, I think is probably the best way to explain why. Your first therapist you get introduced to probably, I think pretty commonly, is not your right fit, right? And inside, like if you're dealing with smaller systems, what you're doing is you're moving from smaller system to smaller system, hoping. inside the Jefferson Center, I was able to get to know someone who we knew wasn't the right fit well enough that she could find the right fit for me inside this large system. Right. And when I was ready to talk to a prescriber, there was a prescriber inside the system that I could just talk to. And that's the value that people that need behavioral health services in our community get, because we have access to and a relationship with this larger metro connected system. So I'm not trying to make a speech with some kind of a hidden ask, other than I hope our board would continue to support in any way we find we can, through helping with good governance, through making sure that we're communicating to any external stakeholders that we really value this institution, that we're helping out legislatively with the legislative needs of this institution, et cetera, that we just continue to focus on the health of this institution as though it was ours. So that's, and as you think about this situation that the Jefferson Center for Mental Health is facing, just know that over the next couple of months, we're going to be having conversations about our strategic future. And I'm very, very open to your feedback about what that should look like. And I presume Sarah and Kara, you are available for one-on-ones or anything else for the context that my colleagues need.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Really
Yeah, thank
appreciate your time and appreciate your support as always. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, can we do two more before taking our break? If you need a break now, I'm good. Okay. Let's move on to back to the work session seeking board direction for letter supporting Bustang.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that one. Thank you. Colleagues, my goal is to get you a draft letter.
Okay.
My goal remains to get a letter approved. We'll probably have to go to like one-on-one distribution through Colton. I think you know the context here. But just for the benefit of the public, the Bustang system, after cuts to the state's budget, only has one more year of funding. We're rolling into a legislative session next session where the Bustang and Pegasus and Snowstang systems are going to need political support to become a priority of the legislature. And Clear Creek County benefits perhaps the most in the state from this system, because of the way, because we know I-70 is a bottleneck through Clear Creek. All of these destinations east of us come through Clear Creek County. And so the service levels that we get are incredible. I watch these buses coming in out of Idaho Springs all day. And so I think it's important. I've been advised, and I agree with this advice, that it's really important for Clear Creek to step up and say, we value Bustang. We want you all to do what it takes to keep this system. We are open to the use of tolls to fund this system. And not only for us to write a letter, but for us to then, inside the collaborative effort and inside the I-70 coalition and anywhere else, Dr. Cog, that we have influence, encourage expressions of support for these systems. So are we on the same page thus far?
Yes, I thought we already had this conversation and we all agreed that it was important.
Yep. And as far as getting a letter, my goal was to have a letter that we could just approve today. If we're on the same page thus far, what would you like to see, not like to see in the letter as I find time to draft it? And then Colton would probably distribute it to you.
Just that, it's an important part of our community. It's an important part of the state, and we support it.
I would add, for places that suffer from a lot of congestion and the secondary effects of that congestion, the more vehicles you get off the road, the better.
Good point.
So there's a lot of benefits as this is transportation solution, particularly through this corridor. because it mitigates a lot of the effects that we deal with anyway.
Is this an opportunity for us to describe sort of our unique plight?
Yeah.
Colleagues?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Great. Well, thank you. Then I'll do my best to get you a letter post haste. My goal is to have something delivered to them during this session because, well, I didn't tell you this yet, or I forgot to. Both Northern I-25 and Southern I-25 corridors have given letters to CDOT supporting Bustang. And we're sort of an obvious missing stakeholder. I want this letter to be approved during session so they can say, hey, look, last year during session.
I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll take a look at it as soon as I see it.
I know the pressure's on me, so I'll get something to you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to our last in-person work session of the day, discussion of national forest payments received pursuant to the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2009 and interaction with payment in lieu of taxes, the PILT payments. Attorney Lickman.
Sure. It's the Self-Determination Act of 2000, just for the record.
Thank you.
In the agenda memo, it's pretty self-explanatory. Commissioner Marlin, you may recall, had asked for a work session just to go over this. Every year, we receive national forest payments, national forest receipt payments from the federal government. They have reauthorized the SRS Act this year. The memo really goes into the full detail. We're not looking for action today. It's just a work session, but typically what we bring back to the board is an agreement with the school district that allows for basically all the payment of the receipts that we receive, all but 25% to go to the school district. This year, we have likely, let me just look. The forest receipts deposit this year is going to be, or our PILT forest payment is expected to be $651,692.66 this year. That's not in the memo, but we did get confirmation of that amount. So what we'd like is direction from the board to bring back an IGA. Unless calculations from the county manager's office end up indicating that it is better to give even more to the school district. Usually we hold back 25%. Then that'll go to the road and bridge fund. All the rest will go to the school district. But we want to maximize our PILT payments. So that's a numerical thing. The other reason that we're here today is because unlike in past years, this year we actually received just about 2 or 3 months ago a supplemental payment that was retroactive to the 2024 fiscal year because Congress had not authorized this Secure Rural Schools program for 24 or 25. They had to go back and retroactively authorize it. Now that they've done that, the calculations have been such that we were owed an additional, I believe it was $34,922.13. So the only thing I need to know from the board is, do I have direction to bring back as part of this IGA that we'll do for this year, that 34,000, that supplemental, is handled the same way we handled the 24 payment, the rest of that, which was where we kept 25% for road and bridge, 25% went to the school district, and then the 50% also went to the school district. Just so you know, the statute requires that the board, 3 members of our board, which are all 3 of you, or representatives from the county, negotiate with the school district. 3 members were representatives from the school district about that. Typically, that ends up being my office coordinating with the superintendent that there's not going to be an issue with the school district accepting 75% of those funds. And we draw up the agreement and it comes to the board, so.
I just have a question, just because you added those other numbers in, and I know that we allocated that last year to the school. Does that affect those numbers at all that we've already given them?
No, so all it does is basically carry that forward even more. So in other words, like what we gave them in the past for last year, there will be a supplemental that we're going to receive again.
And then they'll receive more money.
They'll receive more money that way as well, if that's correct. So we're just distributing it accordingly. So in this case, and I think I'm not great at math, but I would say that about 8,700 or so will go to Road and Bridge under the supplemental.
And then what we give the school, we in turn get that back.
It's deducted. So what we give to the school, the more we give to the school, the less that will be removed from our PILT payment, our payment in lieu of taxes. And so,
And then that's less restricted.
yes, and that goes to the general fund, and that's why there's a benefit to give more to the school district, because then we hold back more and more of the PILT. What I don't know is what those exact numbers are. That's why I usually refer to data and analytics for that information.
That would be participant 5 and participant 6.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Look at that.
At 5, what comments do you have?
Yeah.
It doesn't do that on the live stream, just here. I don't know why.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
Well, then for the public, we're joking about the way this appears.
So our PILT payment right now, which I, don't really trust anything until we get a check.
And we don't have a check, just
We
so.
don't have a check yet, is looking at around, 1 sec. 651,000, which is up a little bit over last year, right? Their formula is weird. They do basically the difference between, they don't use like CPI for inflation. They use the difference between real GDP and nominal GDP. So basically ends up being inflation, but that's just how they choose to do it. It's called the GDP deflator. And so I think that went up significantly. So we got a little bit of a increase in the payment.
Colleagues, the timing, the reason that I asked for this now is because it was placed on the agenda for a joint meeting with the Board of Education. The Board of Education is on a fiscal year that starts in July, correct? Okay, thank you to the audience member who knows the school's fiscal year. And for their budgeting purposes, they always want to know in May whether we're going to continue to do the split that we've always done. And so I don't see a reason to reduce the split and at least give them 75% of SRS. I'm a little interested in this option of giving them 100% and having that come back through PILT and be available to the general fund instead of Road and Bridge. Curious, colleagues, are you interested enough that we would ask either for this year or for next year for a more thorough
I think so.
recommendation on that?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I would say for next year, it's getting too tight for the.
Yeah, we can. I would wait until next year, and my advice would be, because sales tax is really soft right now, and that is Road and Bridge's biggest
Okay.
budget line item. So we want to make sure that 1% that they're whole, and we're not just robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we'll see where they come in at. But I think it's fine. I think it's a fine. It's also not like a world breaking amount of money anyway. But I think we can look at that.
Colleagues, you support direction to staff to bring this up during our 2026 or 2027 budget conversations? I think that's the right time to have that conversation. So that Road and Bridge can plan for their future.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then otherwise, so then basically the outcome of this short thing is that we're prepared to go and tell the school board on May 12th, yep, we're giving you the same split, and they can say thanks, and we can say yay, and everything else can be cool.
Okay.
Okay, I think I have my direction.
All right.
Thank you.
We definitely would like to have that conversation with budget, because the PILT number we're seeing is not really in line with previous budgets. So we want to make sure that we actually see the money before we plan for it.
Yep. Sounds good. All right.
Thanks.
The Board of County Commissioners is going to go. Yes.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that we do the work session on the upcoming town halls before we break? And then our last few items can be done remotely, since the weather's kind of holding out for us in the next few minutes.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Megan, you're on.
Yes. All right, let me just turn this on. Give me when I'm talking. So as you know, last year we did 6 town halls. And honestly, some of them started in May of last year. So I just wanted to get this on the schedule so we can start scheduling and figure out when we want to do this. Because then I gotta ask for some of the places we asked. I think we did one at Evergreen Fire and
Actually, the Emerge meeting was the one in Evergreen.
right, but we did one on Floyd Hill too, I believe. So I don't know how.
What I was gonna say is that the Emerge meeting is tomorrow.
Right, yep,
If it's not a snow day.
right.
If it's a snow day for the school districts, we'll have to reschedule Emerge.
Sure, yeah, of course. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk with you all and see what dates worked for you, because then I want to start asking for facilities and stuff like that, and I want to start getting this out there. So, what were you guys what were you looking for? Do we want to do 6? Do we want to do 4? I just want to know what we're looking at.
Was one of the 6, remind me, did that include the Silver Plume meeting with their board?
That was the 7th one.
No, that was another one that you all just went to. I can pull up the
Yeah, it was
flyer I made.
Evergreen, Floyd Hill, Idaho Springs, DLD, Empire, Georgetown, and then plus our meeting with Silver Plume.
Yes. So I would say Georgetown and Idaho Springs are great because we could do a hybrid here and we could do a hybrid meeting in Idaho Springs. So if somebody is not able to make a meeting, they can always watch. So I would recommend we do one at the Health and Wellness Center and then one here.
Okay.
But I would love to know some dates that work for you all.
Will you say one more time? Sorry, the list of locations.
Evergreen, Floyd Hill, Idaho Springs, DLD, Empire, Georgetown, plus we need to add Silver Plume because they're gonna, they were concerned that they weren't included, even though we were in Georgetown.
That's why did we talk about moving? So last year we combined municipalities on the west end, which comprise a population.
We didn't combine them. We had,
Yeah,
Are you talking about Silver Plume and Empire?
last year we did one town hall on this side of the county here. We did do a joint meeting with Silver Plume later.
right,
Which was not a town hall. And so I'm asking whether we want to do that again, and we could decide to do it in Georgetown as well. Megan, I appreciate that this is a good room to do a town hall in. We could rotate it, we could move to Empire, we could move to Silver Plume if we really wanted to. I don't know that they have a facility that could hold us. but-
I'm pretty sure we didn't combine them, George, except for we were thinking Georgetown and Empire could be combined, Georgetown and Silver Plume could be combined.
Colleagues, who else remembers this?
I'm pulling up Megan's
Yeah, I'm
poster.
pulling up the poster too right now, sorry.
Say, because we did not do one in Empire or.
So we did St. Mary's, Evergreen, Dumont, Idaho
St.
Springs,
Mary's.
Floyd Hill, West End. And then West End was in the BOCC meeting room. Yes.
Boy, I thought I captured that photo. Would you send it back to us?
Oh, she has it on the agenda.
Oh, thank you.
I can share it.
I would love for us to go back to St. Mary's. St. Mary's is a distinct community and we are the only local government that they serve. I would prioritize that over trying to get to all 3 municipalities on this end of the county. So I would prefer that we continue to do one town hall for Georgetown, Empire, Silver Plume, and if we wanted to, we could not do it in Georgetown this year. So that's my.
Well, I like Megan's point about being able to Zoom it.
We do have the ability to put it on Zoom at the Health and Wellness Center. So I think as long as we have at least one that is hybrid, that would be great.
Empire has some Zoom capability. I don't know that it's, I mean, it might not be what this room
Well,
has.
she's not saying we have to have Zoom capability at every single one. So
I
if
understand.
we wanted to do Empire, we can still do Empire even if they don't.
How big is their room?
Generally this size, I don't know. But we could, I mean, maybe can we just ask you to explore with Empire whether they'd be interested? Part of my rationale here, colleagues, is you might remember we've been talking about like having our public health department talk about water quality in Empire with their brand new water system. There could be an opportunity to try to pet two birds with the same hand here.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm trying not to say kill two.
I think that's what we did last year too, is we kind of, each different area had subjects that were for that area, like St. Mary's, we talked about STRs and, DLD, just Evergreen doesn't have exactly the same issues.
We have
that-
SDR issues, but.
Right, but, and we can do that. But in the DLD area, we had different issues. We kind of, each one, besides the emergency services that we talked about.
Okay, so question, last year, the Emerge meeting was part of this. If the Emerge meeting comes off tomorrow, can we just use that as part of this?
I think Emerge is great because they are all really in tune and they are all there. They're a captive audience. The only downfall is obviously we can't do a ton of time. But last year they let us go a little bit over. This year we don't have, well, to my knowledge, something on the ballot. So we wouldn't have as much to cover. We could just go and see if they have questions.
Well, Colton had advised 5 minutes each.
Yeah,
And
great.
and he gave us subject areas. to
Love it.
talk about.
Okay.
I time mine and I'm just over 3 minutes. So
Perfect.
if I slow down my talking, I won't go over 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think Emerge is great and people go there because they want to learn and they love that the county shows up. So I think that totally works.
So if it doesn't work tomorrow night
Yeah.
because of the school being shut for snowstorm, I will find out, when they're going to reschedule it.
Sure.
If they can, and I will let you know.
Okay, that works. Sounds good.
So then if we're talking about basically the same, with the exception of, because thank you, Emerge, for solving that for us. That leaves us with Idaho Springs, Floyd Hill, DLD, St. Mary's, and then one over here, possibly Empire. I'm happy to leave that as a TBD. Maybe we need to talk to them about whether they want us. If we did Georgetown, maybe people in Georgetown want to hear from us about lodging tax and childcare. It's been a conversation that
Housing?
Georgetown has been particularly interested in the childcare conversation of late. But you probably want to get to dates.
Yes, that would be great. Or just some options. That way I can present people with options when I'm asking for their facilities.
So should we just start, Idaho Springs, what's a date?
Perfect. Let's do that.
And then I would like this to get out to the municipalities because last year Idaho Springs scheduled a big citywide meeting at the same time.
Oh, they did? Okay.
And we were,
Yeah, we should ask. I mean, when we get some dates, we should ask them if they're open and ask them to keep them open. That's a really good point.
So I would suggest that we start looking into June because I think that gives people enough time.
Okay.
Colton returns the 8th.
So we got to do it before he gets back.
Right.
I missed one last year too, so.
And I also recommend we do a 6 o'clock starting time because then we can get people coming home from work. And
first week and second week, we have our annual meetings, CCI and CC4CA.
Yeah.
So that puts us the week of the 15th.
We do have a regularly scheduled BOCC meeting on the 16th.
do we want to aim for the 17th? Oh, well, there is something at
Fire
Wait,
authority.
Amy,
is-
we have plenty of evening meetings. That wouldn't be bad if we had to back to back.
Also, the next day, the following meeting, there's the Dr. Cog.
Okay.
Just
no, I'll
trying to be
there.
cognizant of.
Yep.
Let's look at the week of the 22nd. I don't have any availability on the 15th,
Okay,
the week of the 15th.
I'm open the 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
Oh, the only thing I have, George, for you in the afternoon is a G-Rock meeting on the
Yeah, I
22nd.
was seeing G-Rock as well.
what time does that get over?
That one is 12 to 3.
That's no problem. Talk in the evening.
Okay, so do we want to do 22nd question mark?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And you'll send these out.
yes.
And Megan, they will actually be in Georgetown on the 22nd for that G-Rock meeting in the afternoon.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
would we like to do that then in Georgetown, or do you want to try that for Idaho Springs?
20.
It's early enough.
It ends at 3 o'clock.
Okay, cool. So let's do Idaho Springs. A contender is June 22nd.
That whole week is open for me,
Okay,
with no strong opinion.
Thursday, the 25th, you all do have a site visit.
Yep.
With the OSC.
And I'm looking at the evening schedules because we're
Okay.
gonna do this in the evening.
Except for that's tough when we do those open spaces and then have to be back in case something happens.
Okay. So do you want to skip?
But that's still Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday open.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Mhm.
Even that Thursday, I mean, if it's a fourth option, this is Alps Mountain. It's not going all the way over Vanilla
At
Pass. So
6.
probably don't run that risk.
We just could also be very cognizant of
If you're not into
Time.
it, then we'll just skip that one.
Well, my opinion always is to bunch up my days so I'm not going over to Floyd Hill all the time. But
so do we want to look at the week after, the 29th? We can do Georgetown maybe? Do we want to do Georgetown?
I'm open 29th and 30th.
okay, so wait a minute, we're only doing the 22nd on the week of the 22nd?
Sure, we can load it up if you want with town halls, but it's totally up to you.
For the sake of giving you options, the 22nd, 23rd or 24th.
Okay,
Yeah, the
How does that
23rd is
how does that
wide
also
open
look
for
like to
me.
staff? Colton doing them boom, boom, boom.
It's really me and Megan, so, and Peter, I don't think Peter goes to these,
Mhm.
so, Megan's fine with it, I'm fine with it.
okay, cool.
So how does the evening, the 23rd look?
That works for me.
So which one, the 23rd?
I put Georgetown for the 23rd.
Okay.
I don't love back to back to back only because, if I can limit my evening meetings to a couple a week, then I give myself a chance to work less than 50 hours in any given week.
I thought you were the one that wanted it.
No, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give her options as she explores facility availability and the
So do we want
schedules of our
2
municipal
dates there then?
partners.
So
What-
question mark on that one?
What I'm suggesting is we have options 22nd, 23rd, and 24th for a town hall.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
So just so I'm clear, commissioners, on the 22nd, was it your desire to go to Idaho Springs after your G-Rock Georgetown meeting here, or for clarity for Megan, did you want her to try to do that Georgetown here that
George
same
is now
day?
leaving it open to any.
Okay,
yeah, so I'll do some checking on those dates for.
I was just thinking
available.
about Rebecca's comment about driving.
I think that might be the best way to do it, is just list the dates that are free, and then she can go to all the places and.
Oh, right, and then that they can say what they have available.
Okay,
Um,
all right, what is your guys's, what free days do you have the week after?
Okay, so
29th,
I'm
30th.
also good with the 22nd, 23rd, 4th,
Okay,
Yep, I'm good the 24th too.
20, oh, well, yeah, it's after the open space tour, but, okay.
So the
All right, so
29th and
29th.
30th.
29th is wide open.
okay, How's 29th look for you, Commissioner Marlin?
Commissioners, I just also want to bring to your attention that is the holiday week.
Oh, you're right. Is that,
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, July 4th?
it is that Saturday?
29th, yes, starts the beginning of the July 4th.
Okay.
So if we do
week.
it on Monday, we still should be able to collect a lot of.
I would agree with that. Maybe Monday or Tuesday, keep it earlier in the week.
So 29th and 30th.
Yes.
Sorry, Megan.
That's okay.
No, this is good. We need your intelligence here.
Just trying to make sure that, they're, staff travel plans, commissioners, holiday weeks are tough for the public to attend meetings.
Yeah, so, let's see, I guess the holiday would be on the 3rd?
For us,
The second
probably the second.
of July.
So we're talking for that week, 29th,
What? Oh, right, because no Friday.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
29th and 30th only that week.
Yep. Because we have Dr. Cog, July 1st.
Okay, and then
So the 29th was good. I'm sorry.
29th and 30th.
Okay, great.
And then
Following week,
Okay.
Tuesday is BOCC all day.
the 7th is my only availability that week.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you want to, boy, could we do like a 5 PM if we do BOCC till 4?
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah.
I don't think we should do
No?
it 5 if we want people to be able to show up at work.
Okay,
so
we could do
you want me-
5:30?
You want me to hang out here for 2 hours?
No, I just think if we can't do it at 6, we shouldn't do it.
Okay,
Let's skip the 7th.
okay, thank you.
So we're gonna skip that whole week.
Okay.
Okay, the week of the 12th.
Let's see.
The Wednesday.
I'm wide open the 13th.
Okay. You will have mayors and commissioners the next morning if you're
That's
okay with that. Okay.
Yeah.
So July 13th, how does that look for you two?
Just the 13th and maybe the 14th.
So 13th, okay for you? George?
Yeah, I have the 14th. I just have the placeholder for possible special meeting.
13th and 14th are good.
Okay.
And then I will note the 14th is Georgetown's council meets.
Oh, okay.
So if we're gonna do it, maybe not Georgetown.
Okay, so 14th, but not Georgetown.
Yeah, the 15th, I have Dr. Cog.
Yeah.
16th looks good.
16th is Thursday, if that matters, people coming or not.
Okay.
Why not?
I mean, it's an event to compete with. I would put that as like a last resort, 16th. I'm available, but there's a competing event that drags some of our engaged people too.
Okay, I marked that as a maybe if we have to. Okay.
The 20th.
I have Regional Housing Authority Board meeting.
Okay.
And Peter's out of town, so we can
Oh.
capitalize on that.
Oh, that Peter.
Yeah.
Because my husband's got a trip coming up too, so I didn't open it.
Maybe they're going together.
Yeah, good on a
Somewhere fun.
photography tour.
So I'm only open the 22nd.
I'm also open the 22nd.
Great.
Yeah, that whole week appears to work for me.
All right, I'll mark down 22nd.
Yeah, 23rd, we have a placeholder for open space site visits.
Okay.
Keep, is that still on?
As of right now, it's hard with open space this far out.
Okay.
Colton, are you also checking your schedule on these? Okay. Awesome.
Monday, 27th. Is open so far for me.
Okay. How's the 27th look for you guys?
I am good 27, 28 and 29.
George, what do you have on the 27th?
All those,
Cool.
wait, I'm trying to cross check my personal calendar too.
Yeah, 27, 28, 29 is good for me.
Okay.
Yep.
29th.
Is a Georgetown board meeting, just so you know.
It looks like Colton is at Dr. Cog.
Yeah, but I can make it back from the tech.
George, we have
That's the 29th.
at the 30th. Would we arrive on the 29th or the 30th?
We would arrive on the 30th.
Okay. 29th works for you, Jody?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. And then I would just ask a few more in August, just so we can maybe space them out a little bit. And then I will leave you guys alone.
August 3rd is our 41st anniversary.
Ooh,
Rather not do it.
okay.
That's fair. And I'll be at the Jefferson Center Board of Health or Board of
Okay.
Directors.
I won't be here the first week of August.
Okay.
That's not a
Great.
blocker though.
Just kidding.
Cole's like schedule.
Should I take a vacation too, and then they can
Yeah.
really have a fun.
Yeah, I've got things.
We'll leave them with Amy.
No.
Amy and Megan.
George is gonna bring ropes for us. Just tie us up and then he'll be running his last,
August
Town
10th
halls.
is wide open so far for me.
Okay.
I have the 10th open.
I think I'm good that whole week.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
Looks
have
good.
I just have the placeholder. on
I
the
just have
left.
the 10th and the 12th.
12th is good for you?
Yep.
Okay.
12th is good for me.
Love it.
And you don't have the 11th?
I do have something on the
Okay.
11th.
George, is the 12th okay for you for
Yep.
August?
Both of those work.
Thursday, 13th, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not the 13th.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then, let's see, 17th,
17th, I'm
I've
good.
got a housing board meeting. 18th.
18th, I can't.
BOCC.
The 19th, George can't.
Okay.
I've got Dr. Cog the 19th.
That whole week is pretty much packed for me.
Okay.
Thursday, the 20th will be at Waldorf. That could turn into a long one. That's going to be a long drive. So yeah, let's look at the week of the 24th.
Okay.
But the 24th and the 25th.
Okay. How's the 24th and 25th?
Let's see, I just have a super fun meeting 2 to 3:30.
Okay.
So I'm good in the evening.
Okay.
The 25th. 26th.
Does the 24th look okay for you?
Okay.
Monday.
Let me get to August.
Oh, no.
I all of a sudden I'm like, wait, you're on a Sunday?
Yeah, come on, we're committed.
20.
24th?
Yes, that whole week.
24th? Cool.
Rebecca and I cannot the 26th.
Okay, but you said the 25th works for both of you or no? Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay,
That was good.
cool.
And the 27th is good for me. If we have to.
All right. I think we're perfect.
Yeah, because we ended last year, August 11th.
Yes. All right, great. So, last thing, did we decide on where we would like, what, places or towns we would like to go to? So we've got Georgetown and Idaho Springs. We agreed on that or no?
Weston, Idaho Springs. I think Weston would be Empire if we can get it.
So instead of Georgetown, we want to go to Empire. Okay.
I mean, I'm open to the conversation. I'm not trying to insist on Empire.
Well, we could ask them if they had a good spot for us.
Okay, I will reach out to
Because
them.
I mean, this is pretty centrally located. It is the county seat.
Okay,
I think it's nice to.
Yeah, it's just more of an
Yeah.
equity thing, you know. We understand that they're municipalities and they're important partners, but Empire and Georgetown and Idaho Springs combined is still less than Idaho Springs' population.
okay,
So like if we have to do two over here, then we're disenfranchising another population base somewhere else.
okay. So let's plan for Empire. If we can't do anything over there, we'll just switch to Georgetown.
Okay, I still prefer Georgetown, but that's just one vote.
Okay.
Jody?
I'm good with whatever.
Okay, St. Mary's is one.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, we want to do St. Mary's again?
I think we need to, yeah, St. Mary's they have their own issues and a large population, and I think we just,
I think the DLD is the same.
yeah,
Okay, so we want DLD and St. Mary's?
DLD, St. Mary's, Floyd Hill, Idaho Springs.
The
And then Emerge.
Evergreen.
Mary's.
I think that's actually fairly equitable. I'm looking at the population breakdown right now. And I think that's fairly equitable.
When is
The
the
only
next
low
Emerge?
population group is St. Mary's, but it is a unique place up there. So
I might have missed it. Did we want Floyd Hill again?
I think so. It's 1,100 people.
Okay.
It's the same population as Georgetown. So
Okay, so right now we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this year, not including emerge, 6 if we include emerge as a town hall. So same amount as last year. The only difference potentially would be instead of Georgetown, it'd be Empire, basically. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, as far as emerge goes, it was much later last year, which would have been smarter this
Mm.
year, but my husband didn't ask me, so. I think if you're gonna do another poster,
Mhm.
you know, put the emerge meeting on, and if
Mhm.
it has to be rescheduled, it has to be rescheduled.
Okay, got it. Sounds good. I can do that.
So
Um,
that's tomorrow night.
got it. Okay. I'll restart reaching out and then I will get back to you once I hear back about final dates and stuff.
I don't know if this is a good idea or not, so I would defer to George and Jody since it's their district, but York Gulch has a lot of people actually in a
They
fairly.
show up to the St. Mary's.
So should we encourage them to come to their HOA to come to the St.
We
Mary's?
can call it St. Mary's / York Gulch.
Their HOA also does annual meetings and commissioners get invited, and I've attended the last few years.
Oh,
Okay,
I don't remember.
I was gonna say at the St. Mary's, there was quite a few York Gulch people. at the
Maybe,
last
well,
one.
maybe it was just me.
Well, we'll just-
They invite the
We'll name it
building
both.
commissioner and the commissioner from their district.
Oh, okay,
We'll name it both so they feel
yeah.
extra welcome to come.
that's right.
Cool.
Colleagues, I just realized CCI is mid-emergency meeting on this silly bill,
The 175?
the 175 response bill.
George is checking out on us.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your guys' help. I will keep you posted.
Thank you.
No, I'm showing up for you.
Okay. So, that being said, the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners will be going on break. We will be concluding the rest of the meeting on Zoom. Basically due to weather concerns. And what time is reasonable to come back? We have 2:00 on here. Takes me 45 minutes to get home. So is 2:00 still good for everybody?
That works.
Yes.
All right, we'll reconvene at 2 on Zoom.
I will say for those of you watching, I'm going to attempt to keep this meeting open on my drive home, so it doesn't have to be in 2 parts, but if it closes, we will start it again, same link.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, well, I honestly thought I was fine.
I am going
Hear us? Okay, maybe now you can hear us? Video on the owl.
Hi, if you can hear me, yes, we can hear you. We're just waiting for all of our commissioners to come back.
I'm here.
Okay.
Love
we're
it.
hearing you tonight.
Think we're still waiting on Commissioner Marlin.
Let's see, is Jessica Smith on? Don't see Jessica.
I see Smith Jess. Would you like me to make her a panelist?
Oh, yeah, let's do that too.
All right, we'll just give it a few more minutes.
What's happening up in your neck of the woods with snow? Is it dumping on you?
In Evergreen, it's lightly snowing, but not sticking yet. How about Frisco?
Frisco, it is a sunny, beautiful day right now.
Really? Whoa.
I know what's happening.
It's all above 8,000 feet for us right now still.
Yep.
So I can see the snow up the hill, but not on 70.
Wow.
And shockingly, the tunnel, which is always crazy, it hadn't hit the tunnel yet either. So,
It's because none of the ski resorts are open.
right?
Yeah. Wow. Well, we've had steady snow here in Fort Collins all morning, pretty much. And up in Red Feather Lakes, it's piling up a little bit. So hopefully it keeps on going.
Yeah. Yeah, what we got from the weather service was that it's going to metro front range problem today, and it'll be our problem tonight and tomorrow.
Good. Well, we'll take this problem any day after a drought like we've been through.
Just promoted Commissioner Marlin. Should we wait for Peter? I know he had a bit of a drive.
Yes,
Okay.
but
I'm here.
it shouldn't have been a longer.
Oh my
drive
God,
than
he's
mine.
right there.
There
I'm
he
an
is.
idiot. Sorry, Peter. There he is. Sorry, Peter. You were already a panelist, so I didn't have to promote you. I was looking in the wrong spot.
Megan, you're not an idiot. You're
Oh.
awesome.
Thank you.
Amen. All right. If everyone's here, then we'll bring the meeting back in order. A Zoom work session addressing the statewide National Heritage Survey update for Gilpin and Clear Creek counties. And we have David Anderson, the Director and Chief Scientist, the Colorado National Heritage Program of Colorado State University. Welcome.
Thank you so much. What a tremendous pleasure it is to join you all today and have a chance to talk about this amazing project that Clear Creek County has supported. We have some slides that we would love to share with you this afternoon. And maybe before we turn those on, we could go ahead and introduce ourselves. So sitting next to me is a child of your own county, Bodie Spinner.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, happy to be here. Excited to give this presentation.
So Bodie's an ecologist here at CNHP.
I work on the wetland sides of things, and I'll be going over all that today in the presentation.
What road did you grow up on?
I grew up Chicago Creek Road, Highway 103. So
Yeah. Did you go to Clear Creek High School?
I did, yeah. Yeah, it was our whole team. I think my mom's up in the office in Georgetown today, actually. She works for the county.
Nice. What year did you graduate?
2020.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my
Yeah,
son
and then I-
graduated in 2016, so
Okay, yeah, a little bit
Yeah.
ahead of me.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I went to CSU and graduated CSU in 2024.
very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. We've had him here at our program since before he graduated.
Yeah, since 2022.
Yeah. So feel pretty lucky to have Clear Creek blood here in our program and on this project. So, and also joining us on our team today is Jessica Smith.
Yeah, hi everybody. I think you can hear me okay, yes? Yeah, thanks for making me a panelist. I wasn't sure how to join the meeting before to show up, so very glad you can hear me. Thanks for letting me attend remotely too. I live in Golden, so I'm not that far from Clear Creek County. That's why I'm not up in Fort Collins today, but I'm the botany and vegetation ecology team lead at CNHP, and one of my staff, Becca Harris, worked on this project 2 years ago now, and I'll be showing her slides. So really excited to share that with you today.
Would you all like us to go ahead and get our slides going? We'd love to show you some of our results.
Do you guys want me to run them or are you comfortable with doing so?
I can try.
Okay, if you
I think
can't,
I
I'm
can
happy to do it, but go ahead.
I'll give it a try. Okay. Think if I share my screen. Looks like this is going to work. Awesome. And now I'll put it in presenter mode. Okay. How's things look on your end? Can you see our slides?
Yes. And I think I have a hard copy of it as well.
Oh, good. Okay. Glad everybody's got all the materials. So thank you so much. We're delighted to have the chance to join you here at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. And we'll kind of run through what we're all about, and this statewide natural heritage survey that we're talking about. And kind of show you how things worked and go look at the survey strategy that we employed to get out on the ground there. And we'll give you an update on our findings in our sort of data completeness process, which is still a work in progress. And we'll kind of run through some of our exciting botany, invertebrate, and wetland discoveries, and then talk about where we're headed after that. So our program is part of Colorado State University. We're have existed since 1979 as a source of biodiversity and natural heritage data for Colorado. Actually, as the source of biodiversity and natural heritage data for Colorado. So we're a non-academic, soft-funded department here at Colorado State University. We're also Colorado's constituent member of the NatureServe Network, a global network of programs like ours found in each state, in each Canadian province, where we curate data on natural heritage resources within our jurisdictions and share those with partners to support them in their with decision quality data for their decision making. So we exist purely as collaborators who support decisions across all of the agencies, practitioners, industry, private landowners. And we do that by tracking the location and the status of rare plants, animals, and their habitats across Colorado. As I said, we're soft-funded staff. We've got a little over 50 experts at our program. There's programs like ours in every state. As far as we know, we're the biggest one. And we were funded in 2024, principally with Great Outdoors Colorado and Gates Family Foundation, and with critical and important inputs from our partners, including Clear Creek, to conduct this statewide natural heritage survey project. This project is humongous. It's the biggest project we've ever undertaken at Colorado Natural Heritage Program. And our goal is to level up the natural heritage data of Colorado. We're doing that with surveys across the state to map our rare species and habitats so that we can plan on their behalf. we're engaging community scientists across Colorado to expand our reach, because doing this, surveying the biodiversity of the entire state over a period of 5 years is far bigger than our 50-person staff can handle alone. So we've had some wonderful engagement with community scientists, and that included quite a bit of work up in Clear Creek on this project to expand our reach. We're also connecting with Colorado's tribes to empower them in the collection of natural heritage data, and collaborating with the regional partnerships, land trusts, and other conservation partners to connect with the communities and landowners where we're working. And NOCO Places 2050 has been a really important regional partnership in this project. And the foundational work that we did with them even before we started this project has really supported our work a lot. And I'll show you one way that that's happened. The outputs of this project are getting shared through an online free mapping and reporting tool on our website called Codex, and also a dashboard that we've built, and we're going to launch it this summer, where you can drill into the data from the project. These are the counties that we're working in the past and in the present and in the future. The hashed ones are ones that we've completed. So you'll see that in the very first year of the project, we did Gilpin, Clear Creek, and Ouray. That was in 2024. And every year after that, we'll be doing a lot more counties than just 3. All those other hash counties are what we did in 2025. This coming summer, we're focusing in on the green ones. And in 2027, we're focusing in on the gold ones. In 2028, we haven't committed to any specific counties, because we're going to use that year to get back to places where we know that we need to do a little bit more field work. So we'll circle back on that topic with you as well. And I'm going to let Jessica tell you the story about this adventure.
So this was one of our first events that we did in the summer of 2024. And this is actually in Gilpin, but not far from Clear Creek County. And this is, we call it the Shack West BioBlitz. This is this shack has been in the family of Aldo Leopold for quite some time now. And this was the great granddaughter, is that right, Dave, of Aldo and Estella?
Yes, the great grandkids of Aldo Leopold own this now, and the shack was owned by Aldo Leopold's daughter, Estella.
Yeah. So this was one of the first private properties we got access to. They were kind enough to host us for a couple of days at the shack, and we had researchers, not just us, but Denver Botanic Gardens, lots of universities. We had some folks come and look at lichen. There was small mammal trapping overnight. And if you can see in this bottom corner, this is an iNaturalist screenshot. And all of those dots were dots that came from this BioBlitz. So this was just an amazing way to kick off the project and interact with a ton of different neat scientists and gain a whole bunch of data. So we're really proud of this effort.
For the benefit of the audience, who is Aldo Leopold?
Oh, Aldo's the father of modern conservation. He created the idea of the land ethic. He died in 1954 tragically in a fire, but he had worked for the Forest Service prior to that, and then became a professor at the University of Wisconsin, where he wrote during which time he wrote the Sand County Almanac. So ideas of how to do conservation and restoration that are embraced now across the world kind of came from him. So he's a super interesting guy. He had 5 children. Each one of them, he raised them in Wisconsin, and had this chicken coop that he turned into a shack. And he lived in this shack during a lot of the summers with the kids, and restored the sand prairie around the shack, developed restoration methods in the process, embracing fire as part of that. And then he went on to kind of create this field of restoration ecology. And then each one of his children had their own shack. And this is one of those shacks. And all of the other shacks have turned into research institutes somewhere. There's like one in Costa Rica, California, all over the place. This is the only one that isn't that way yet, but the great grandchildren have an interest in using it for research too. Yeah, so it's pretty cool that we have this conservation legacy right here in your neck of the woods. This map, I'll just say a couple words about this, and then Bodhi's going to walk us through it. This map shows a thing called the conservation summary. This is a model that we developed first working with NOCO Places 2050. This is an old version of the model. We've published a newer, refreshed version that looks a little different from this. This is the model we made back in about 2022. The darkness of the blue indicates the degree to which that area has natural heritage resources on it. And those come from the CPW species activity maps, CNHP, element occurrence data, potential conservation areas, and all the other data that we could muster to make this map. And that when we stack those layers up, it gets darker blue. Before we started this project, Randy Wheelock was on our working group at the NOCO Places 2050, and he's like, "What's up with these white spaces?" These white spaces appear to say that there's no natural heritage values in those spots. And Randy Wheelock didn't like the way that looked, and we, had a lot of conversations about the fact that those are the result of two possible things. One, they could be the result of a lack of data, or they could be the result of a lack of natural heritage resources. And without having been there, we don't know which it is. So we pledged as part of this project to work on those gaps. And I'll hand it over to Bodhi to talk about that work.
Yeah, so in the rest of this map, the areas shaded in orange, those are our targeted inventory areas. And these are the spaces that we outlined in the office that we wanted to visit. We thought either it was very likely that they have natural heritage resources there, or in some cases, we thought that it was likely and they were within this white space. So we were very compelled to go there. And in the red, that is a track of the areas that we hiked in the field. So there you can see where we actually were and where we visited. And then these two white spaces up here that don't have any tracks, we'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide, but just for reference, the one up to the north in Gilpin is the area near Russell Gulch, between there and Central City. And then the other one here is over by the Phoenix Mine, and then going over the hill to 103. So there's a bunch of four-wheeling trails in that area. And then on the next slide, this is another issue that we had with surveying these areas. Outlined in black and white are private property, and there's a bunch of mining claims in those areas that overlap each other. So to get access to actually go and survey that area, we would have had to, get permission from maybe hundreds of different people to survey particular spots. So that is, a considerable challenge to actually getting in the area and surveying.
Next one. So.
Okay, I'm going to take over here. This is the botany aspect of the presentation. So we wanted to walk you guys through some of the results. So the work that this was done under was a botanist and ecologist on our team, Becca Harris, and a couple of different interns and technicians went with Becca. She was able to document rare plants and plant associations in 26 different locations. And plant associations are groups of plants that we see repeated across the landscape. And we track that as part of Colorado's natural heritage that's unique to our state. So Becca found 13 different rare plant species, 3 different plant associations, 8 new occurrences. She was able to also survey 3 private properties. Dave, can you do the next slide, please?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to walk you through about 4 examples of these. Of course, Gilpin and Clear Creek both have some amazing alpine diversity. Some of it's globally rare. Here's 2 examples. Gray's Straba and Clawless Straba. These are little cushion plants in the alpine. They're in the mustard family, so they're related to broccoli. These are globally vulnerable, only found in the alpine in Colorado and nowhere else in the world. So some really neat biodiversity here in the state. Becca found these plant species at Gray's Peak, James Peak, Mount Edwards, Mount Flora, and Mount Parnassus. Next slide, please, Dave. So here's another example of a rare plant that she was able to find. She was able to relocate a population that was last visited 24 years ago on Gray's Peak. This is a tiny little plant called King's Catchfly. It's globally vulnerable. It is known from Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming, but in our state, there's only 16 known populations in our database. So it's very rare. The name catchfly comes from the sticky secretions on some of the species stems, which can trap insects. And this is another one of our alpine rare plants. Next slide, Dave. Okay, I was going to walk you guys through 2 plant associations that Becca recorded information on. One is an alderleaf mountain mahogany and mountain muley shrubland. And this is, we consider it to be state imperiled. It was found within Golden Gate State Park and the surrounding area. And mountain mahogany is an amazing shrubland. And this is certainly a common shrub, but it's heat and drought tolerant resistant. It can resprout after fire. It's very valuable for wildlife, forage, and it's very beautiful. Becca captured a beautiful photo here of the reproductive part of the plant that has this feathery style. So even though this plant is fairly common, having it grow with mountain muley is an association that we think is important here in Colorado. And so we were able to document this as part of the survey. And then one more slide for me, Dave, please. This is one more plant association that is really special. This is the bristlecone pine and alpine clover woodland. I bet a lot of you are familiar with bristlecone pine. These are amazing trees, and this is a neat association that we see at higher elevation. The bristlecone pine is the oldest living tree species in Colorado, and the plants themselves can live up to 2,500 years. So the oldest ones probably germinated and became established in the Roman Empire days, if you can believe that. They are threatened by things like climate change and blister rust and mountain pine beetle. So we're really happy to have occurrence of this in our database so we know where they are and can keep track of them. I think that's it for me.
No,
We'll hand it over to Bodie.
yeah, we'll walk you guys through what we found on the wetlands side. Out in the field, it was me, my coworkers, Clark Hollenberg and Lori Gilligan, who no longer works for us, but she was a pleasure to work with. We ended up collecting 50 different occurrences of either rare plants or rare communities on the wetland sides, and 17 unique plant communities or plant associations, and 12 unique rare plant populations that we were found documented in Clear Creek and Gilpin. Next slide here, we can go over some of the wetland communities we found. By far one of the coolest areas that we got to go see was the Geneva Creek Iron Fens. Is a very
We've all been there. It's wonderful.
Yeah, okay. Isn't it amazing? It's super cool. They're really significant because of the amount of peat growth that's happened there. It allows for a lot of carbon capture and water filtration, and it's a rare community type between the dwarf birch that grows in those wetlands and then the sphagnum moss that's all around it. And the limonite deposits are just stunning. It's very unique. I think in a report, there's only 9 of these in the world, and I think 5 of them are in Clear Creek County. So it was a very cool spot. Another area that really stood out was Guanella Pass and Summit Lake underneath Mount Blue Sky. Under Guanella Pass, there's these massive, again, fens and peatlands underneath Bierstadt that are very extensive. And we also found some areas of the fen that were just dominated by a rare plant that was Carex microglockin. That was super cool to see, or I think, yeah. And then we also found a rare Arctic species in those areas, and that was Island Conigia. It's this very, very tiny plant that you can see in that picture up there. In the top or in the bottom left corner of that picture is somebody's thumb. So it kind of goes to show how tiny the thing is. But yeah, it's an Arctic species that happens to occur in our high alpine areas here in Colorado. And then the last one that stood out was in Gilpin, is a rare swamp type wetland, and it's aspen with blue joint or Calamagrostis canadensis. This was a very cool area, just an extensive aspen population within this swampy area, and all this grass that you see was, you know, above knee height. It was very beautiful, but yeah, very rare and important places. Yeah, I think that about covers it for wetlands.
Okay. Our invertebrate biologist Tristan Kubik spent a lot of time in Clear Creek County on adventures in pursuit of some of these very interesting invertebrates. He's in the field right now and wasn't able to join us today, so I'm going to do my darndest here to tell you the stories about these and let Bodie and Jessica fill in if you see any holes in my storytelling. So this is up on this is looking into one of the white spaces from and Tristan did some ski adventures
I think it's Loveland Pass.
Oh, is this okay? Loveland Pass. Okay. Oh yeah, and you can see the ski area over there. I think. Oh, was that Echo over there?
No, I think that's a basin, I think.
Okay.
Or
It looks like
Breckenridge.
Keystone.
Yeah, it's probably Keystone.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so he statewide, he's going after these invertebrates that live in the snow. So they are called Nivian species, and they are turning out to be super rare and super interesting and are extremely poorly understood, which is understandable when you think about how little time entomologists spend looking for insects in the snow at very high elevations. So they are able to take advantage of the absence of predators and kind of are the apex predators on these snowy sites where they live. And they have some very specialized adaptations that allow them to live in the snow. They have very dark pigmentation so that they absorb solar radiation to keep warm. They actually have a natural antifreeze in their blood to keep them from freezing. And they, because flying is so energetically intensive, they don't fly, they just walk around on the snow, even though many of them have relatives that are flying insects. So we found all sorts of super interesting and poorly understood things in this realm. About 60 different species in 11 orders of insects and 3 orders of spiders as well. So these are a couple of the really interesting ones. And this is where I'm going to wish I could channel Tristan better, but this one on the left is a crane fly, but it's highly specialized to live on the snow and where it hunts other prey. And the Boreas coloradensis is one that hadn't been seen in a very long time. And I believe the Trichocerea one on the left actually hadn't been known from Colorado, and Tristan discovered its presence here in the state, up in Clear Creek and Gilpin counties. These things are really fascinating and weird. And yeah, if you're going on ski adventures yourselves in the backcountry or at high elevations, you might keep your eyes peeled for some of these things. We're pretty, there's a lot of concern for these because with winters like we just had, there's not a good snowpack and they're dependent on snow being somewhat deep for their survival. And when there's no snow at all, that they don't have habitat which to hunt.
Yeah, they need insulation, right, from a snowpack, I think, to
Yeah.
provide some sort of warmth.
That's right. Yeah, because if it's cold and there's no snow, there's no
Yeah,
way they can
It's
get
just
out.
cold.
Yeah. Um, so another thing that Tristan studied, this is also in Gilpin County, that these are these little things called brachiopods that live in, and he found them in the Toland Lakes. And so he did not find them in the Toland Lakes, but he will look for them now, especially now that that has been purchased by Colorado State, by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So this area is going to become a new state wildlife area, and conserving these lakes comes with some pretty significant biodiversity benefits. The lakes and back in about 1913, the 1910s, these brachiopods were collected in these lakes, and they haven't been seen in over 100 years. So Tristan's going to go up and search for those during our field survey of 2028, which is when I mentioned we're kind of going to go back and hit priority areas. We didn't have these little things on our radar until Tristan started doing some research into them as part of kind of closing all the gaps in our data on the invertebrates of Colorado. So here's where those lakes are, up there off of the Peak to Peak by Toland. And they're like little shrimp. They're little invertebrates that swim around in lakes. Tristan's a bit concerned that if fish were introduced to all of these lakes, that the fish might have eaten them all up, and we might not find them up there. But we're pretty excited to go look for them. So lots of stories in the invertebrate realm have come out of this work that we did in Clear Creek and Gilpin counties. So we're really excited to stay in touch with you and support your efforts in conservation management and sustainable development. We encourage you to check out the results of this study that are going to keep on coming as we update our data in Codex. We are excited to provide a roll-up of the biological data that we collected to help with your planning, and we'll be back. We'll going to be filling in some of the remaining gaps in the survey when we come back in 2028. So we're grateful to Clear Creek County as one of our foundational partners. It was your support and your interest in this project that really helped us to land this large project with Great Outdoors Colorado. So you have our eternal gratitude and our eternal partnership, and our eternal desire to support you in the good work that you're doing. Well, George, I see your hand up there.
Yes, thank you. I'm really excited about this. I texted Randy, my gratitude for him is renewed. It is so much better than a big white space claiming we have nothing of ecological value. Help me, because you've done this in so many other counties, help me have some frame of reference for like what you discover here versus what you discover in other areas. Is there anything that really stands out? Are we like unique in any way? Like, what does this mean for a conservation-minded person in Clear Creek?
Boy, there are so many things. Clear Creek is so amazing. I think Bodie nailed one of the biggest ones with these iron fins.
Yeah, that's something that's really, globally unique. And I think the only other places they occur were in Ouray. I'd have to go back and look, but most of them are in Clear Creek. So that's just something that you can't have, that doesn't exist in the rest of the world. It's unique to Clear Creek.
Because aren't all of them in Colorado? I
All
don't
of them
think
are-
there's any iron fins anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Clear Creek is, that's one of the things that really makes Clear Creek special.
That's a really big one. And then I would say that area underneath Bierstadt, that it's a very, very extensive section of fens. It's almost like a true peatland that you would have down in like a more humid, like southern climate with how much peat is accumulating there. And I think just that whole area in between Bierstadt and Mount Blue Sky, we were just finding rare plants all over the places and like intact peat accumulating wetlands, which was super cool to see. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, and even up towards like there's a lot of really good habitat that should be conserved and that will provide a huge amount of value to like our water resources mainly and on the wetland side and just for wildlife habitat and you know the kind of alpine areas for sure. That's something we don't want to lose. Oh, and 103 has a bunch of old growth forests and the bristlecone pine and more, you know, not rare, but less common, like 5-needle pines are up there. Yeah, so that's also another really critical area.
See Jody's hand up.
Yeah, so when I look at these, very interesting to see when you were up there taking data and information, what do you see as the county's part or other entities? I am the NOCO Places appointee, by the way. So this is kind of interesting to see, and we talk about co-tracks at our meetings. What can we do to help conserve these areas? And do you see activity that harms these areas like Redfin? We had talked about maybe we need some education for people to understand how delicate the areas are, and maybe even fencing off some areas to protect it.
Yeah. Yeah, those iron fins probably are pretty sensitive to a lot of activity.
I'm sure those are fenced off, right? There's a gate at least. No, it's just open.
I can't remember what the access
There's a gate across, but I mean you could clearly get motorcycles and stuff around that, I believe. There's other ways to get into, and when I think of NOCO Places, and one of our goals is to educate people that may not even be intentionally destroying some of this stuff. Just to get the word out on how important it is and how fragile the environment is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough challenge to keep them from getting loved to death or harmed from just benign neglect or people not realizing how sensitive the place is. But to what extent we can to help you make those decisions with a solid understanding of what you have, that's our goal. And I see Rebecca's hand up.
Yeah, when my husband was a county commissioner in 2015, 2016, the iron fens were being used by dirt bikers and off-highway vehicle drivers, and the county worked hard to, restore it. And, I don't remember a lot of gates going up there, but they must have something to keep people off it now.
Yeah, and I wanted to jump in too. I know that area is a Colorado State Natural Area. It's designated by the Colorado Natural Areas Program, which is part of CPW. And so I think they helped with that effort to fence it off, and they have staff that checks on it once every 3 years. So I think that's a success story. And I think the land is even owned by Clear Creek, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, our Open Space Commission was the one that gave the commissioners a tour of the Iron Fen.
Yeah.
And they check on it regularly. In fact, they're talking about doing a boardwalk to view the fens, but try to keep people off of them. So
That's amazing. Yeah, I think that would go a long way for the education. And I think a lot of things that Colorado is struggling with is the balance of recreation. And that's what we aim to help with is we've contributed some to Colorado's outdoor strategy. And then this effort with the RPs, we are really hoping to get our biodiversity data out there so it can be used to educate folks and protect the resource, which I think is an ultimate goal. I think Clear Creek, like a lot of areas in Colorado, has some really significant global resources. And another product that we have that's on Codex, it's called our potential conservation areas. So it rolls up occurrences that we know of and it ranks them to how significant they are with their global rankings. So you guys have things in Clear Creek that are nowhere else in the world, the iron fens, but some of the plants too are globally imperiled. And so that's one of our outcomes of this product is to roll up this information so people can see on a map, oh, this area has places where species are making their last stand on Earth. And so that's something we want to communicate to you all.
Yeah, and sort of going back to that question of where Clear Creek sits on a spectrum of how much biodiversity you have, it's a lot. There's a lot of really amazing and high quality occurrences of these rare plants, invertebrates and plant communities and wetlands. And there's just so much wealth there to celebrate and protect and pass on to future Clear Creek County residents.
great. Colleagues, do you have any other questions? You good? Well, David and Bodie, and I'm sorry,
Jessica. Yeah.
Jessica, thank you. Thank you very much for coming and for your excellent presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Thank you. Well, as we pursue further adventures up there, if any of you want to slap on a pair of skis and head out with Tristan and look for these Nivian invertebrates or poke around for anything else, we love company and would love to connect with you. So feel free to reach out to us anytime. We're always happy to help you however we can.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Great event.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, and have a good rest of your meeting, and we'll look forward to the next time we connect with you.
Us too. Thank you. All right, the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is now going to move into executive session for the following purposes.
That was very tricky. You got me before I was even ready.
Sorry about that.
Right, nice. So for the following purposes, pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to code enforcement case COD 26031 James Mine parcel number 1835343000721, and two, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned code enforcement case. And then the second executive session, which I had read into the record this morning, I will repeat now once I pull it up. And it is pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of personal property of any real, personal, or other property interest in county property located at 1531 Colorado Boulevard in Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, or developing strategy for negotiations, or instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property.
Thank you.
So moved.
All in favor?
Sorry, second.
Thank you.
Seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll move into executive session. Thank you.
Okay, I did send a separate link, so you should find that link. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope they didn't get lost in Cyberland.
Yeah, we are waiting on at least one other commissioner to have a quorum so that we can close this out.
Hi, sorry, it took me a while to find the link. The Board of County Commissioners has concluded its executive session. No minutes were taken, no decisions were made. We are back in regular session in order to adjourn this meeting. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.